a time when you just embrace bad energy. Like you always been a guy. Like if you come outside, I feel like you're a guy that you're gonna just deliver good energy.
Right. Because I mean that's just who I am. You know what I'm saying? I was a good dude. I mean, at the risk of, you know what I'm saying, over flattering myself, but like, you know what I'm saying, I'm simple, you know what I'm saying, and I like to, I see what's in people. You know what I'm saying? You know, I see the good and I see the bullshit too.
Okay.
I got a phrase that goes, always trust everyone to be themselves, but trust in the fact you can see them well. You know what I mean? So it's like, trust. It takes so much energy to not trust someone. You know what I mean? It takes too much energy. You gotta say 2 steps ahead of them, whatever. But trust them to be them.
To be themselves.
Trust a snake to bite you. Trust a lion to lie for you. Trust a thief to steal from you. Like, trust them to be them. But know them when you see them.
Yo. It's your boy Big Val Payne. And I'm back with another live video. Man, it's been a minute. But I'm back. As y'all see. Y'all see who's in the headlines, man. We got old Charleston White. Charleston White. This should be interesting. This should be quite interesting. But y'all read the title. Charleston White, when speaking on kellz, goes wrong. You know what I'm saying? One thing we gotta remember: YouTube is your resume. A lot of people don't understand, man. These phones, the social media, the social media, it's like it's a recording device, and once you record upon this device, what you say and do goes along with you. What you say and do goes along with you. Now, it's very important that we be mindful of the things we do and say when we get up on these platforms, because at the end of the day, somebody somewhere is sitting back reviewing everything you have done, everything you have said over the course of your time of being on social media. So it seems as if a lot of people oftentimes have so much to say when it comes to Robert Kelly and the unfortunate situation involving Robert Kelly. What's going on, Miss Lady T? What's going on? What's going on, y'all? Well, we got brother Charleston White. Charleston White has been getting a lot of he's been through the media a lot here lately, and as of late, he's been in the media for a lot of negative things, a lot of negative things, but somewhat is his opinion, or you know. But one thing about it is when it comes to situations that we see involving people, others relationships, right? We as people, we don't know what goes on into anyone's personal relationship. We only see what we see when it comes to the public eye. We don't know what goes on behind closed doors. We don't know what goes on, when they out. The only time we get to really speak on people's relationships is when it comes to the negativity that's get put out in the spotlight. V White, what's going on? Miss Lady T, what's going on? Orchestra Skies, what's going on? We only get to see the negativity when it comes to these relationships because it seems like that's what get glorified the most. But hey man, when I tell you this right here, this is something that we're starting to see. We are starting to see a trend of people who have spoke against Robert Kelly. We have seen that these are some of the same people. Barbara, hey, these are some of the same people. Sir, what's good? These people have some skeletons of their own. And when I speak on the things that I speak on, I try to bring, what up, sir? I try to bring context to what I really speak about. Um, you will see on the screen right here this brother Charleston White. Um, I think that this brother, I think that some of the stuff this brother do is good, but I also understand with the good comes the bad, and with the bad comes the good. So it's either or. Can y'all hear me good? Let me know if y'all can hear me clear. Make sure that our volume is good before we proceed. Let me know if y'all can hear me good. Um, I had dental surgery yesterday, so I'm still talking a little bit. Uh, my speech is a little bit, you know, not all the way there, so I have to be very careful. Uh, but hi, Miss Ann. But yeah, so this brother Charleston White, right? He goes around from platform to platform, and people ask him a lot of questions about pertaining to a lot of different things that goes on in the society, predominantly the black communities. This guy is very vocal about certain things that he speak on and speak about. Well, a while back, not saying that he's always spoke negative of the situation with kellz, but he's also, the brother, he do make some valid points when it comes to certain things that he speak about. Yes, he does. He does. Hey, sir, I agree with that. I agree with that. But what I have for you all today is going to shock you all when it comes from this brother, Charleston White. And what I say, if it's something that could shock you all, uh, if it's something that could shock you all, this right here is really going to shock you all. And I say, how do they allow and I'm not one to really speak on people who get positions, right? But when I hear this brother speaks the way that he speaks, and this is what I say, we have to understand social media can either be your best friend or it could be your worst enemy. And a lot of people come onto the social media platform and um, they come on this social media platform, they start off, and if they're not getting any emotion in one aspect that they're on, they kind of change direction. They look for different niches until they find that one thing that really takes off. And sometimes a lot of these people been involved themselves in things or have done things or said things in the past that they have far removed themselves from, but not understanding that this right here phone that you hold in your hand can either be your friend or it can be your worst enemy. When you record your life on this phone, it can either be your friend or your worst enemy. So we got 23 people in here. We need to get to 30 people in here, and I'm gonna release this video. On live right now. We need to get 30 people in here. We need to get the likes up. Make sure y'all get the likes up. I know I haven't been on, so a lot of people haven't been getting notified, but I got some video, as Tim Savage say. I got video and audio. Well, I got video and audio that I'm going to be releasing right here on this platform. In the words of Charleston White himself. It's not nothing that I said. It ain't nothing that someone made up. It's in the words of Charleston White himself. Exactly. Exactly, sir. But what I think now, Sir Miguel, now that now things are now people are starting to, soon as he has, now that he has taken off into this lane of comedy and BT Awards and all of this, now you know when you start to take off, when you start to reach your peak and when you start to have success in life, that's when the dirt, everything that's there, everything that was in them closets, everything that was swept under the rug, when you start to have success, that's when those things come back to life. Long as you're not having success, long as you're not doing nothing positive, long as you're not out here changing the world, you can live your life the best way you can. But once you start having success of any kind, that's when everything in the past start to come to the future. Now that we see that this brother is now starting to have success in his trolling, or what he called it, he's a shock jockey, which means he say things that's very controversial that starts conversations. Now he has got success with being a shock jockey. Now we're starting to see the things that were done before. Now we're starting to see the real Charleston White. Who is Charleston White? What is Charleston White? Where did Charleston White come from? Now, what I'm going to reveal to y'all here in just a few moments is, who is Charleston White? What do we think about Charleston White? What do we know about Charleston White? Let's see, what do we know about Charleston White? Okay, let's get it. Let's get it. Let's see what Charleston White is about. Okay, say Charleston White reacts to R. Kelly hip hop lyrics promote messing with underage girls. Okay. See, this is Charleston White. See, this is the thing. When you speak, so you got to be very careful of speaking on certain things when you are not far removed from those same types of behavior that you're speaking on. You have to be very careful what you choose to speak on, right? That's just like if I'm a thief and I have a record of stealing, I should not be out here speaking on thieves, right? So it's like if I commit fraud, I should not be out here commenting on people committing fraud as if I don't have fraud on my background. See, some things when you have a background that's built off of certain things, certain situations or certain topics, you have to stay away from, because guess what? If I come out here and speak on this, guess what? These people they dox me, they pull my background. Now it comes out that, hey, how can I talk about somebody when I got the background? My background is just as messed up. But we got 32 people in here. Let's see what Charleston White got to say. Make sure y'all get them likes up. Make sure y'all get them likes up. And we're going to see what Charleston White has to say. Let's get it.
Yeah, shit. Well, you got to be held accountable for what you do wrong. All of us do, man. So ain't no feeling sorry for him. Ain't no feeling bad for him. He couldn't read and write. Man, he knew what he was doing. He knew. And the sad thing about it, everybody knew. And the even sadder part about that, it happens all the time, and it's ignored and overlooked. Child sex trafficking happens all the time, man.
Mm-hmm. You goddamn right. You goddamn right. What's been going on, man? Oh, man, nothing. Sitting here talking to these people, telling about when I raped this one girl one time. Bitch come home with me, let me eat on her pussy. We worked together. She was allowed to me. She let me. She let me eat on her pussy. And then when I get ready to stick it in, she say no. So I took it. You did the right thing. That's what I told him. I did the right thing. Yeah, man, she can't let me eat. You know what? I verbally abuse women. And I'm mentally abusive, and I do some psychological abuse. It all warns what the bitch do. I'm a man that strongly believe that some women need their ass whooped and they pussy took. So I advocate rape too for some people. Some bitches need a good raping. So you get your motherfucking ass out of here, bitch, if you got a problem with what I say. I don't believe women shouldn't be beat. I think it's okay to whoop a hoe. You can't tell no man what to do with his bitch.
Interesting. What is interesting with what he said? I want y'all to go. I'm gonna play it back, and I want y'all to hear what somebody. He talking about people who knew what R. Kelly was doing, who turned a blind eye, this, that, and the other. But just listen to when this brother said the woman didn't want to give him none, so he took it. Some guy outside of his vehicle said, "You did the right thing." Now, what the fuck? How can you make this make sense to me? I'm gonna let y'all hear it again. Somebody told him that he did the right thing by taking a woman's most prized possession without her permission. Can you make this make sense? Listen.
Yeah, shit. Well, you got to be held accountable for what you do wrong. All of us do, man. So ain't no feeling sorry for him. Ain't no feeling bad for him. He couldn't read and write. Man, he knew what he was doing. He knew. And the sad thing about it, everybody knew. And the even sadder part about that, it happens all the time, and it's ignored and overlooked. Child sex trafficking happens all the time, man.
Mm-hmm. You goddamn right. You goddamn right. What's been going on, man? Oh, man, nothing. Sitting here talking to these people, telling about when I raped this one girl one time. Bitch come home with me, let me eat on her pussy. We worked together. She was allowed to me. She let me. She let me eat on her pussy. And then when I get ready to stick it in, she say no. So I took it. You did the right thing. That's what I told him. I did the right thing. Yeah, man.
Say you did the right thing. The man said, you did the right thing. Now, this is crazy to me. This is crazy to me. The guy outside the car, when he said he took the woman, private, the guy said, you did the right thing. Now, how in the hell this man sit here talking about taking advantage of a young lady, and a guy outside the car said you did the right thing? So not only did he take advantage of a woman, the guy he's with and the guy he's talking to is agreeing that if that was him in the situation, he would have done the same thing too. One thing you have to understand, and one thing that we have to understand as people, one thing we have to understand as men, if a woman say no, it means no. No means no. No matter how far y'all get, y'all can do foreplay, kissing for 2-3 hours, rubbing, touching, feeling, massaging, whatever. How hot she gets you as a man, no matter how stimulated she gets you as a man, if that woman say no, I don't want to go no more, guess what that means? No. That means stop. Remove. Anything outside of that, forcing yourself onto a woman, come on, man. I can't respect that. How can anyone respect it? And for this guy outside of the car to tell this man that you did the right thing, what type of shit is that? How can you make that make sense? How can you make that make sense, if any? Lady Earth, hey, Wayne, what's up? What's up? How can you make that make sense? How can somebody agree with something that's so disturbing like that? You should have been pissed off when this man say, hey, I'm sitting on my live. He's sitting on live talking to people, telling people about how he took advantage of a girl that of a coworker that he took home, and she let him do whatever it was he was doing with her, and she decided that she didn't want to go. She didn't want to go no more. So he felt like, well, he didn't already put his mouth on the girl or whatever. She didn't have a choice. At this point, he just forced himself on her. Like I say, man, no matter how far this shit get, if you with a female and it may seem like the intentions is there and y'all might be kissing and rubbing and feeling and touching, whatever. But once that female say, no, I don't want to do this, I don't feel comfortable no more, whatever the situation may be, that means you need to get yourself together, bro. Drop this woman off, or she need to leave your house, or you need to leave her house, whatever the situation may be. But this man say he took it. He said he took it. Come on now. That ain't no, then you got somebody agreeing with this shit saying, oh, you did the right thing. How the fuck is that the right thing if a woman say no? If she say no, that means no. Lady Earth B say, thank you, Big Bob. People went as far to say he was just playing when he said it. No, he didn't. I mean, just listen to everything he said. Let's listen to everything he said. That don't sound like a person who playing. He talking, telling the truth.
Yeah, shit. Well, you got to be held accountable for what you do wrong. All of us do, man. So ain't no feeling sorry for him. Ain't no feeling bad for him. He couldn't read and write. Man, he knew what he was doing. He knew. And the sad thing about it, everybody knew. And the even sadder part about that, it happens all the time, and it's ignored and overlooked. Child sex trafficking happens all the time, man.
Mm-hmm. You goddamn right. You goddamn right. What's been going on, man? Oh, man, nothing. Sitting here talking to these people, telling about when I raped this one girl one time. Bitch come home with me, let me eat on her pussy. We worked together. She was allowed to me. She let me, she let me eat on her pussy. And then when I get ready to stick it in, she say no. So I took it. You did the right thing. That's what I told him. I did the right thing. Yeah, man, she can't let me eat. You know what? I verbally abuse women. And I'm mentally abusive, and I do some psychological abuse. It all warns what the bitch do. I'm a man that strongly believe that some women need their ass whooped and they pussy took. So I advocate rape too for some people. Some bitches need a good raping. So you get your motherfucking ass out of here, bitch, if you got a problem with what I say. I don't believe women shouldn't be beat. I think it's okay to whoop a hoe. You can't tell no man what to do with his bitch.
He's saying he advocate. He's saying he advocate. He advocate for women to be took advantage of. Come on now. Come on, man. Big Vile opinion can't be the only one speaking on this. This man say he advocate for women to be beat. He advocate for women to be raped. This man say he advocate for this shit. Come on, man. And this guy is the guy who's going around on all of these platforms. These people like Vlad, Say Cheese, all these big interview platforms who interviewing this guy. They's giving this guy exposure. This guy was at the BET Award. This same guy, he's been now turned from a community activist to now he's a comedian. Come on now. This guy say he advocate for He say I advocate for women to be raped. He advocate for it. Now, what does that tell you as a man? What's up, Diddy V? Cries, what's going on? Reba. Come on, man. This man, where is the outcry for this shit? See, this is what I say. One thing about this internet and these phones, bro, you cannot run away from yourself when you have this phone. Because one thing about it, when people be so thirsty for attention that they will do and say anything to get it, and when they get it, they'll take off to doing something totally different and forget about what they did before they became who they are now. People forget about who they was before they got to where they at now. Now you seeing the results of this shit. You get what I'm saying? Now I used to be one who was, I used to think, I used to feel like Charleston White was a cool guy. I felt like Charleston White was a cool guy. But now, one thing about them skeletons in the closet, they always come out. You can't hide from yourself. No matter where you go, yourself gonna always be there. I mean, no matter how low you get in life, you're gonna have to deal with yourself. No matter how high you get in life, you're gonna have to deal with yourself. Yourself will always be there, no matter what you do. In death, you gonna be with yourself. You know what I'm saying? No matter what you do in life, you gonna be with yourself. Brother Malik, what's up, man? What's going on? You gonna be with yourself. You know what I'm saying? What you doing? You gonna be with yourself. Brother Malik, what's up, man? What's going on? You gonna be with yourself. You know what I'm saying? You gonna be with yourself. Brother Malik, what's up, man? What's going on?
Yo, can you hear me?
You got an echo real bad.
Can you hear me?
You got an echo real bad.
Hold on. I still got an echo?
Now it sound good now. You sound clear.
Hey, man, listen. First of all, salutations and greetings to everyone. Man, I've been hearing a lot of stuff about this dude, but I mean, I can't. Well, then again, you know what? I can believe that this coward dude even posted or even said things and carried himself in that manner. Because from what I was hearing, he definitely a sucker. And I usually don't call no man out their name, but yo, I
You
can't
don't.
believe that you would even condone even publicly admitting or even going through with an act of, because she told you stop, you think it's cool to take. And then like you bragging on it, like for real. And I this ain't even, yeah, this is me all the way. I think somebody should hit you in your head upon sight, yo, because that's coward, yo. That's a black woman, a green woman, whatever gender that woman was. She's a woman. And no mean no. It's not just gender or ethnic specific. No mean no. And then you
Facts.
being braggadocious and saying that you think a woman should be raped because that, yo, check this out, my God. And dude, I swear, you're about to have me go into a place, and I can't because this is my bro. I love Big Vibe, and you about to take me to a whole nother level because, dude, yo, that's you just said the most degradingest, cowardice statements I've ever heard a man say. Let alone you're supposed to be a black man and you trying to up here, but again, your name is Charleston White. Hence, Charleston, South Carolina is where you got a lot of crackers. And I don't mean
Oh, look at look at you preaching on here today, Brian.
And this ain't even me. Like, yo, you got me so mad that I had to ramble to pull out my apparatus because, yo, like, hey, yo, dude, listen. If you a man, hit somebody link or somebody channel, and you need to come clean with just what kind of man you is. Cause yo, dude, everything you just said to me, hey, I apologize, Big Von. This ain't even me. Yo, you got you wear a whole skirt, my guy, for real. Yo, you don't even deserve to wear a skirt. Yo, as a man, and you got a dude in the background co-signing, so you got two sucker niggas, pardon me, sucker males co-signing each other. Yo, dog, check this out, man. Listen, I don't know where you from, but meet me down Lexington Market tomorrow. Let's have a talk about it.
For real.
Because clearly, dog, listen, I'm not even mad at what you said about R. Kelly. I'm mad at how you proclaiming to be a man getting down towards women. That's what got me mad.
Right.
Because you actually think that shit was cool, my God.
Not only that, bro, the woman that he did it to, so not only did this woman lose, not only did he take this woman's innocence, the woman was a co-worker. So that means she probably never even went back to that job.
Man, hey, Charleston, I'm telling you, you got folks on this panel who never seen me like this because this ain't even me. Yo, dog, I call a spade a spade. You, my God. No, I take that back. Let me rephrase that. Yo, you a whole cornball ass nigga, man.
For
Yo,
real.
you don't step in the fact. I swear, yo, meet me down the market, yo. I swear, yo, I can't believe, yo, you a man and you really standing on that shit and being proud of that, yo.
They ain't gonna tell the people get off his live if they don't like what he's saying.
Yo, you out here going reckless on YouTube and you going at a lot of folks.
For real.
Yo, and you gonna sit as a man with...
I was tripping, bro. When I heard the dude say, "Shit, you did the right thing," I'm like, "What the fuck?" Somebody agree with that?
You and your man both got my pressure boiling, nigga. Like Jada can say, you got my shit boiling. And the fucked up part about it is, I know you both bitch made niggas. So for me to get my pressure up, you still gonna be bitch made niggas. So let me decompress my pressure and tell you niggas, yo, for real, yo, run out in traffic like Frogger, but make it rush hour traffic and don't be Frogger. Yo, dude, come on, yo. Hey, listen, yo. I'm sure as men and women, you all have certain games you play. But if she say no, we ain't playing no more. It's dead.
No, it's dead, bro. It's dead. And no, it's dead.
But what it is Charleston, what you ain't really want to say is your mouth was some bullshit, so she ain't want to give you no crotch. That's what it is, my nigga. Your mouth was wet.
Like, that's the truth. That's the truth. That's the truth, bro.
So now,
that's
Charles,
the truth.
If you own up to that, I'll give you an apology. But I know you're not gonna own up to it. So what it was your mouth was some trash, and she told you I need an Uber or drop me off.
That's
and
it.
What you figured you would do is you figured you would show her and take it. The funny part about that is what's gonna happen is, and this ain't even my character, you're gonna find that one day somebody in your family in the female persuasion gonna be in that same scenario. And what you gonna do is you gonna run to your closet and grab your pistol and be like, yo, we gonna ride. Forgetting about how you did somebody else's sister, how you did somebody else's mother. See, that's what makes it so bitch made. Because what you gonna try to do is you gonna try to justify. No, that's my little sister. Don't nobody do. Oh, but Charleston, you did judge your sister and mother like that. What the problem is that?
Right.
So what's good for the goose ain't good for the gander?
Facts.
And the sad part about it is, yo, seriously, as men and women, we've all dated, and everybody got a little situation. But if Tasha say no, I'm good. Sure.
You gotta stop, bro. You gotta stop, man. Look, I don't give a fuck how far that shit go. You gotta stop.
Not only do you gotta stop, and this definitely ain't in my pedigree, you might want to grab the lotion and slide to the bathroom real fast to relieve that pressure. But you definitely can't take nothing.
No, I gotta make look, you straight. You know what I'm saying? I need to make sure me and you on the same page, because if it didn't got to that point and now you saying no, you know, I need to make sure we good before you leave, because hey, what's going on? You know, we need to have a conversation, because I don't want it to be no misunderstanding. You know, when you leave and we separate, whatever. But he did this shit to a coworker. So now you got to think about the fact that you did this to this woman. This woman is terrified of you now. At this point, that means she's not going to even come back to work.
Hey, Charleston.
She got to go find a new job.
Charleston, I swear to you, yo, dude, listen. It takes a lot for me to even rant. Yo, you can't do that. Son. Yo, my God, listen. Oh, hold on. First, I'm not calling him my God because he's my God. I got to take that part of my vernacular, chat, because I don't want you to think I'm co-signing nothing that this sucker ass nigga did. By no means do I co-sign none of that dumb ass shit. Please. Yo, dude. You might need to find a pastor or something. I don't know. Somebody. Hey, man, listen. It's nowhere in none of that, yo. Was anything remotely close. Dude. No, if that was anybody, oh my gosh, boy.
Dude said he advocates that woman be RAPED and beat. So you advocate that this shit happen to women.
I tell you one better.
Going at Lil Boosie and T.I. about their sons, but this the type of shit you doing on your spare time.
Hey, Charleston, I don't know you personally, dude, but I've been in a situation and a couple of females that hit me, and I was like, I'm gonna walk away because it's a female. You don't even get like That's just like any man in the chat or any woman in the chat. I'm sure you got women in this chat who then spazzed out and smacked their man, and they man be looking at them like, hey girl, I'm going out the door. And they be like, oh, you poke nigga, and the nigga be like this. Yeah, but I'm going out the door. Because, boo, that's not in my character. Yo, I'm not saying that a woman should smack a man or any of that, nor do I condone that. But, yo, you don't get nothing off of hitting a woman or taking nothing from a woman. Like I'm saying, Charleston, yo, you got to tell me what type of satisfaction you got out of that. Because clearly your mouth was whack. So when you stole the crotch, it was dry, my guy. Nigga, who eats dry noodles? Pause.
Nobody. And
I don't even like my chicken fried hard. Pause.
And on top of that,
like, yo, I'm saying to you, it's nothing about any of that that's appealing. And then you want to glorify, and then the dude, man, look, I'm telling you, both of you niggas meet me now in Lexington Market. Chicken wings, oysters, and beer on me.
That shit tripped me out.
That's cool, yo.
The dude, like, you did the right thing. I'm like, what the fuck? Did he just say what I think he said? How do you co-sign some shit like that, bro? How? Just how do you co-sign some shit like that, man?
Hey man, look. Hey, Charleston, you know what, though? I'ma thank you. Because you got me and Lil Bro talking again. Now, you're not going to understand the dynamic of why I'm saying what I'm saying. But your dumbass comment brought me back to talking to Lil Bro and us talking. But, yo, my guy, seriously. Somebody need to check you as a man. Pause and go in your mouth like a dentist. And put the tip of their cowboy boot in your office to which the sun don't shine. Yo, it's none of that that's appealing, yo. Nothing, yo, I'm so mad that you even thought that was cool to say.
And then even with this newfound fame he got, he losing everything that he started with. He divorcing his wife, all type of shit. So now you can see this is a man who was doing anything for fame. And now that he's got that little spotlight, now he's fuck everything else. But I don't see how a woman could have been with him after he said the shit that he said. He advocate for women to be raped. He advocate that women be beat. This is what he's saying. He advocate for this shit.
Hey, man.
Now they promoting this dude. He's going around on BET Awards. He getting red carpets. He getting interviews on some of the biggest interview platforms that's out there. You know what I'm saying? So now we gotta ask ourselves, you know, what are we really up against? Because we sitting up here, we going after people who we are alleging or who we think are doing all these type of things, but we got guys really out here admitting to these type of crimes that's on the streets, that's able to get to these women at will.
Hey, man.
Any female that he fuck with is bound to be took advantage of if they decide they don't want to go there with him. Now, whoever that woman was, along with that video, whoever the female was that was a part of that incident that he's talking about, there's no statute of limitation now. That woman need to find this video and take this video and file her and go file charges against this motherfucker. Because this right here, what he's doing, so somebody need to see him. If he's not killed before that time comes, because the disrespect to Nipsey Hussle, the disrespect to Mo 3, the disrespect to Martin Luther King. I mean, the dude's so disrespectful to it's ridiculous. Like, but also, like I say, I'm not gonna sit here and be one to say I don't agree with some of the stuff he talk about. But when I heard this, I say I ain't no fucking way in hell that I could ever agree with something this dude talking about again.
I'm gonna say this. My son brought him to my attention, and my son was like, "Yo, I don't." And this was my son said. He said, "Dad, yo, I don't know who I dislike more, him or Stephen A. Smith." And I was like, what? He was like, you know how I feel about Stephen A. Smith. I said, yeah. He said, Dad, like this guy is 10 times worse. Like he just do a bunch of donkey stuff. Like he don't know how to properly conduct himself as a man. And when you break down the Charleston White, that whole, hey man, like check this out, yo. I don't go into nobody else's house or whatever. So like what T.I. doing or whatever you speaking on, like, yo, my man, check this out. Based on the dumb comment you just said, I'm thinking you might want to do two things. You might want to go to Najee Rumba and just don't come out. Like, dude, like you have no clue of the damage that you doing to not just you, is to men that similarly look like you. Like, dude, like I'm saying, yo, that's the craziest. Like, as men, we don't always get along, but we supposed to always understand. Like, I understand big bro POV and little bro POV and Midas. I get their POV. We may not always get along, but we understand each other POV. And I don't nothing you've ever said or could say after saying that, am I ever going to agree on? Nothing. And you can tell me, yo, the sky falling and 2 million coming down in your pocket in 2 seconds. I'm gonna look at you like you are, yeah, whatever. Yo, dude, listen, you need to go on some form of social media, and clear that up, my guy. Pardon me.
Try to clear it. Like, try to clear it up because
and I don't even know how you can clear it up. Like
it's a fucking that's a tough feat. That's a high hill to climb.
And then for you to equate R. Kelly not reading and writing, okay, I don't even get that. And not even mixing apples and oranges, but why did you think that would even validate your dumb statement? Like
nothing that he could do to say what he said, as far as going to taking it from the woman, as far as beating on the women, advocating for women to be took advantage of. Dude, you pretty much promoting terrorism, right?
Pretty much. He tap dancing down Jackass Alley. And dude, like, come on, man. Like, I don't even get tongue tied. But my Charleston, like, you need to make that right, yo. You need to go first. Go apologize to that lady. Clarify that, like.
And what he failed to realize, what he did back then, he didn't have shit for that woman to come out the back then. But now that he's a public figure, he can get ready, man, because she's coming. That woman is somewhere, if she's still living, she's coming. And she deserves to come for his ass. Because how you going to get on social media and brag about this shit?
What he deserves.
Now, here we go. It's no different than what we heard with fucking Charlemagne, right? What do Charlemagne do? Maybe that was his motivation. See, this is what we have to address. Because we got somebody like Charlemagne who's sitting on radio, on the air, who's speaking about the same shit. Taking advantage of a young lady, putting Spanish fly in her drink, taking advantage of him and his friends, and here we go, nothing happened about it. Even when the female speaks out, the media is trying to silence this young lady.
Now, go ahead.
The media is trying to silence this young lady. He sent a cease and desist to someone like Tasha K, who gave this young lady a platform to come out on and speak on, because her mother didn't want her to speak about this when she was younger because she was trying to protect her image and her character from people because she was still in school. So now we have a situation where you get Charlemagne on Breakfast Club talking about giving this girl spinach fly, raping this girl, then saying that when she woke up, she say, did all of y'all have sex with me? He say, no, it was just me. And say the young lady say, okay, that's good, it was you. You know what I'm saying? So now you got Charleston White come out saying that him and the female got into the foreplay and she didn't want to go past 4, so he just took it from her. And you got a motherfucker sitting outside the car say, man, you did the right thing. So what do that tell you? You got 2 motherfuckers that's thinking alike. Guess what? In a neighborhood, in a small community, guess what they're going to do? They're going to wreak havoc in that community. These are the people that shouldn't be inside a community. And how can Charleston White be an advocate, right? You got to look at it. Charlemagne's supposed to be an advocate, right? But you advocating, but you going around taking advantage of young black women of color. You know, you taking advantage of young women. You got the same thing with Charleston White. You supposed to be an advocate in the black community, but you are abusing, you are admitting to beating and taking advantage of women.
I don't know enough about the Charlemagne situation. I've heard bits and pieces, and then every time I go to put the whole puzzle together, I get sidetracked on something else. But I think Charlemagne was an opportunist. I think he's also egotistical, and I do believe that what happened to him in his childhood, because I think I saw him on the Uncensored, has really damaged his vision on a lot of things because he has a blockage, and his blockage is probably to tune out something that happened to him. So I don't condone a lot of what he said, none of what he do. I just look at Charlemagne as like, you know, he had an opportunity, capitalized, and now his day of judgment is coming. So he's going to have to speak to the powers that be to get clarity on a lot of old situations. But like this guy Charleston, like, dude, like, they say you built a brand, and your brand is not all the way bad, but you've seen a lot of things, and you've done some clown sauce stuff that has got you looking really bad, and you need to clarify, and you need to make amends and apologize. Not that the apology is going to take it back, but at least we would understand, or pardon me, I'm not going to say that. At least we would know that you had a heart, and now we could be able to work with you and gaining some better sense of guidance going forward. But dude, like, none of what you said was either, it wasn't cool at all. And for real, I still say somebody need to meet you out in the backyard.
Most definitely. He's becoming one of the biggest targets in the United States right now with a lot of his shock jockey tactics. You know, he's been on Boss Talk, he's been on Vlad, he's been on Say Cheese, he's been on Dallas Global, he's been on so many major platforms with these interviews, and you know, people like Vlad and all these people that love to speak on so much and love to do background checks, right? I even watched Sammy the Bull on Vlad. Sammy the Bull tell Vlad, like, man, where you get this information from? So how you not research who this guy is and what this guy was doing before he became who he is now? You know, and bring him on your platform to do what he's doing now. You know, this is going to always be a problem with me, you know, because at the end of the day, you know, when this shit like this, like, I'm going to have a problem with it. When you got somebody who's bragging, not only do I have a mother or sisters or aunties, I have a daughter as well. And you think you would take advantage of my daughter and brag about it? And not only brag about it, you're going to advocate for it? How do you advocate for some shit like that, rape? But you run around saying you hate rap.
I don't even know how you were able to formulate that scenario in your brain and follow through with it. I mean, like I said, I'm sure we've all been as males in a particular situation, and we may one around the corner, and she like, no, we like, I bet, you know. And under your breath, you may be like, I shouldn't even took you out to the movies or whatever. It's a difference in saying something under your breath and having a feeling of, if you want to say rejection, versus you going to take her most prized possession as if she has no power and no sin.
Right.
So you just made this queen feel belittled and betrayed, and now she's damaged goods going forward for the next guy that comes along who may just genuinely want to court her and who understands that tonight he only can get the second base. And I'm not saying that that's all it's about, but I'm just trying to be broad scopeful, like, and then you thinking it's cool, and then you actually saying, and yeah, I guess media outtake or next door neighbor or bunk buddy, whatever, is condoning. Like, come on, guy, like you doing too much. You doing too much. and again,
the bro say you doing too much.
Like I said, man, like, you know, I understand sometimes stuff along as man, you want to prove a point, but that ain't no point to prove right there. No,
nah, that ain't nothing the world should have ever. If you did do some shit like that, that's something you should have took to your grave, you know. Unless the woman came out, you know, and came out publicly. But like you say, but sometimes see this thing that they call social media. You know, this social media shit and this fame. You know, this fame could either make you or break you. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people, when they reach that pivotal point, they feel as though they have been made, but not understanding that can you withstand the breaking process? And what I mean by the breaking process, can you withstand all the shit that comes with being a public figure? Can you withstand all the attacks that's going to come? Can you withstand your past that's going to come to your present? Can you withstand all this shit and stand the test of time to say, well, you know what? I overcame all of that shit that I once did in my past. You can't overcome what you said on this video. And then we got some new people in the chat, so I'm gonna play this shit one more time. Ain't no way he gonna be able to overcome his words. And this is not somebody else's words. This ain't Malik words. This ain't Big Vi words. These are his words out of his mouth. So let's check Charleston out. Mr. White himself.
Yeah, shit. Well, you got to be held accountable for what you do wrong. All of us do, man. So ain't no feeling sorry for him. Ain't no feeling bad for him. He couldn't read and write. Man, he knew what he was doing. He knew. And the sad thing about it, everybody knew. And the even sadder part about that, it happens all the time, and it's ignored and overlooked. Child sex trafficking happens all the time, man.
Mm-hmm. You goddamn right. You goddamn right. What's been going on, man? Oh man, nothing. Sitting here talking to these people, telling about when I raped this one girl one time. Bitch come home with me, let me eat on her pussy. We worked together. She was allowed to me. She let me. Oh yeah. Oh she
Yeah, she let me eat on her pussy, and then when I get ready to stick it in, she say no, so I took it.
You did the right thing.
That's what I told him. I did the right thing. Yeah, man, she can't let me eat.
You know what?
I verbally abuse women. And I'm mentally abusive, and I do some psychological abuse. It all warns what the bitch do. I'm a man that strongly believe that some women need their ass whooped and they pussy took. So I advocate rape too for some people. Some bitches need a good raping. So you get your motherfucking ass out of here, bitch, if you got a problem with what I say. I don't believe women shouldn't be beat. I think it's okay to whoop a hoe. You can't tell no man what to do with his bitch.
Man, boy, we gotta be mindful who you give power to, man. But I'm a firm believer in there's power in the tongue. There is power in the tongue.
I'm gonna say this. Pardon me. The more I hear it, the worse it gets.
Fact.
And the part that even don't sit better with me is you found another dumb motherfucker to think like you.
Right. That's the shit that killed me. The guy that said you did the right thing. That shit bothered me.
And then you want to say, well, you don't feel wrong for R. Kelly. He got to own up to what he did. So, Charleston, let us hold your feet to the fire and let's see you own up to what you did. Because clearly, you're not going to be able to take that same heat.
That shit's crazy, bro.
And what makes it even so badder is every time I hear it, I just think of the little girl down the block who's vulnerable and how you going to prey on the little girl. Because what you said was she let me put my mouth on it, and you know what I mean. I figured I was going to proceed with a happy ending, but unfortunately, you definitely verbally ain't abusive. Because you may be abusive, but you definitely ain't pleasurable. Because you definitely swung and a miss on that one.
Yeah.
And then for you to follow up with, so I did. That just makes it worse. And I need you to apologize, yo, from the bottom of your heart. Not only for repeating that situation, but for thinking that validates you as a man.
Right. What up, J Rock? And when they lock his ass up, they need to ask him who was that guy outside of the car talking to you. Cause they need to go get him too.
Y'all both need to get locked up in Chicago with the no bail thing.
Yeah.
I heard they got a purge in Chicago where they're gonna let people out who couldn't get no bails.
It depends on the severity of the crime too. So it depends on the offense as well. Like it ain't no shit. Like if it's a first offender on some petty shit, you know what I'm saying? Then they just gonna let you out on your own reconnaissance. But if you got a history of assault, your ass going to jail. You know, if you got a history of taking advantage of women or elderly people or some shit like that, you going to jail. You know,
But
so for the most part, it's the little petty shit that they not holding you for.
not to change the topic, but the part that nobody really paid attention to was they said they was going to do away with the cash bail, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which means that most of the folks in Chicago don't own their property. So now you definitely can't bond out because you have to own the house in order to put the house up. as collateral against bail. So what everybody perceived to be as a good thing really was them saying, well, you folk ain't got no property, so therefore you folk really can't come out now. But you might could get that $1,500 up, but now we not even taking no cash. We want that property. Ha ha.
And they doing away with the whole bail bondsman as a whole. Supposed to get rid of the whole bail bond system. Is what they trying to do.
See?
Yeah, man. We gonna keep the fire on this motherfucker. J Rock, anybody, man, anybody want to come up and anybody got something they want to speak on this Charleston White guy before we get up out of here? Well, how you been though, bro? Man, I've been laid back, man. Just chilling. I had dental surgery yesterday morning, so I'm still kind of I'm shaking back a little bit, but you know, I seen this. I came across this shit with Charleston White. I was like, man, I've been heard his outtake on one situation, but I just came across this video of him talking about, you know, hell yeah, I did this and did that. Hell yeah, I beat women and this, that, and the third. I'm like, what the hell? So yeah,
I've been laying low, putting together my channel. I don't know if I really want to mess with it, but I got all the components finally like I want it to be done. But I found myself in the rut because everybody don't know how to act on YouTube.
no.
So I'm having to re-talk to me. So what I learned is when I go with it, just go with it. Whatever the backlash is, I deal with when I deal with it. But I done got a lot of feedback, a lot of input, a lot of folks like I've been thought you had a channel. I just, you know, I get a lot of YouTube love I never knew I had. But that's because I came on here as me, and I've always been just me. So, like I said, this I don't even get down like that. So, yeah, he had my shit balling. What up, J Rock?
What's good, Malik?
How you
Brother
been?
J Rock.
Big Vibe, what's going on?
What's good, man? Happy to see you, man. It's been a while.
Yeah, man, it's been a minute, man. I was wondering where you was at, but then you just kind of answered my question when you said you had dental surgery, man. Was it anything serious?
It was, you know, it wasn't too bad, but it's something I had to pay out of pocket, so I had to get that money up, man.
So it wasn't like no root canal type of shit, was it?
No. No root canal. Crowns and shit like that. Had to get some wisdom too. Like 3, 4 of them.
Oof. I understand that. My homeboy, he one of my best friends, he got to get ready and go to the he has to go to the dentist, but he keep putting the shit off. He said, man, I gotta get crowns and all this other stuff going on in my mouth. and that shit a pain, man. He don't want to do it, but
I got real bad anxiety, so I have to get sedated when I go. So I had, you know, your insurance don't cover that shit. So I had to, you know, I tell people YouTube it don't pay me. And I love it. I like being on here talking, but shit, when you go and get that doctor bill, you got to come out and swipe that credit card, man. Look, that shit ain't no joke, man. and your mouth is one of the biggest parts of your health on your body, besides the heart, man. You know,
absolutely. That's why a lot of people keep recommending that you get regular dental visits because if your mouth jacked up, then that could affect your overall health. But go ahead.
I'm glad you clarified that up. Cause I saw your little video where you with the money count, and I was wondering, like, damn, that's how little bro getting down with the money in the car, okay? I think, damn, he might have just shot a whole video for real. now I understand the situation was like, look, I got it in my hand, but this accounted for. I got to go take care of this situation.
I gotta go get into the tooth doctor.
So I'm glad you took care of it, man. I'm glad you had the means to handle what you needed to handle at that time. And,
yeah, man.
Yeah, I
like
feel
I
you.
said, man, it's been a minute since we all been on here. I guess at this point, Myers, come on now. We can make it a party.
I feel you on that. I feel you on that, man. Because I had to because I've been to the dentist a couple months, about 6 weeks, almost 2 months myself. It was overall cleaning, but then there's some stuff I had to get done. You know, they recommended the same thing for me. They say, well, your overall teeth, your overall all your gums and everything is cool, but you know, they also saying that, you know, do you have any pain in your wisdom teeth? I said, because I got 2 at the bottom, so I was like, nah. No, I'm good right now. He said, well, eventually you're gonna have to do it because they don't do nothing but harbor bacteria and they're gonna start affecting your neighboring teeth. So you might going to go ahead and get that handled too. So I was like, nah.
Now, Sandra, that video of Charleston White, that video has to be back from maybe 2014, 15, maybe 15 or 16, because at the time he actually had dreadlocks on his head when he did that video, compared to him making a statement about as far as our kellz. So we can't say that he made that video and then references try to cover up. He made that video and forgot about that shit and didn't think that it would come back to surface like it's doing, because he didn't have the type of notoriety when he made that video. He was doing Facebook Live back then. Now he's a whole YouTube sensation. So I don't think that he thought that. And one thing about it is people stream record. And that's one thing about this shit that we living in a social media era. People stream record your shit because they know that you gonna say something, or it's possible that you gonna say something. If you are one of those type of people who known for just saying any damn thing, people gonna stream record your live because you have the ability to go and put it on private where people can't see it no more. So somebody has stream recorded that part that he said. Stream recorded that live. That's how it's coming back. Whoever caught the stream recording, they are putting it out now that this shit he has came into what he's come to. So now you got a person probably out there who caught him saying this shit, stream recorded it, because the live is private. The live is gone now, the person say. So now it's almost he want to get paid to take the video down. You get what I'm saying? Well, Charleston White, you don't want this out. You gotta pay me. But now everybody's stream recording this shit. So no matter who put it out first, you know, now you got bloggers who are taking his interviews down now. Because people are reaching out and contacting these bloggers about, hey, did y'all know this about this guy y'all interviewed? They going back and look, oh hell, now we gotta remove these videos. Because guess what? They don't want whoever this young lady is to come forward and say, you know, I'm the young lady that he talked about. And now I want to sue y'all on top of suing him.
You know, and Big Vi, man, I was in the bushes because I was actually I had fixed me something neat, and I was kind of listening, and then I was kind of washing my dishes and whatnot. The first time I heard that video and I heard it, I was like, I know that fool didn't just say what I thought he said. Maybe I'm hearing it wrong because he couldn't have said what I thought he said. And then when you and Malik was chopping it up about it, and then you played it again, and then when I heard it again, I'm like this. Well, I know you already you want to clean up your channel, so I'm not gonna say what I really want to say because I was about to. I was really about to go ahead. I was about to channel my inner Richard Pryor right in the moment. But bro,
he deserved it, man. He deserved it, man.
Man, I'm like the audacity of this clown. Because and you talk about, well, you know, I don't feel bad for R. Kelly, what he did say. First off, R. Kelly never had any song promoting sexual assault or rape on any of his music. But you come out and say straight up, told a dude, yeah, you right for what you did, man. I promote a good little graping every now and again. Yeah, they need to be like, dude, what?
Right. He said they need to do. Women need to be took advantage of. They need to be beat. I advocate for it. Like, come on, are you serious?
So all I want to know is, why is Me Too so quiet?
Oh, they coming.
The little black girls in the neighborhood that y'all always talk about, one right there.
He get ready. They coming. I bet you they coming. They just want him to get high enough up the ladder. They want him to get high enough up the ladder.
You could be right. I don't disagree with you, but at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if they don't say anything either, because they always try to pick and choose their targets of who they want to go after, and then they wind up just being quiet when it comes to everybody else. Because I also heard a little bit about Issa Rae, who coming out all of a sudden. She want to speak against the dude Ezra Miller, who's supposed to have been on tape assaulting women or whatnot. Matter of fact, I got a little piece of the article here on it talking about Issa Rae has no love for Hollywood support of repeat offender Ezra Miller. And they're talking about how, because he's the Flash. I guess he's the Flash on Justice League, and they supposed to be having this series, and I guess a movie about the Flash or two supposed to be coming out, or he's supposed to be in another movie. And she talked about how she don't like the idea of Hollywood kind of sweeping his stuff under the rug when he's about to have a couple premieres about to pop up. Had all that energy for all these other dudes out here, and I guess she said, well, I'm gonna speak up about him, and she can't get upset. You help kind of because she spoke out against R. Kelly too. She tried to she spoke out about R. Kelly, try to take him down, but you ain't surprised that they didn't want to take one of their own down.
Shit crazy, man. That shit crazy, bro.
She can't even be shocked. Don't even be shocked.
That Hollywood shit, and my whole thing about it is what people. This is what I don't get. Okay, we got like Sandra say, what's wrong with that Charleston telling the truth about him and thousands? Okay, so if he's telling the truth. This is the problem that I have with society. So if he's telling the truth, but he's out here walking free, going to BET Awards and everything, so that's what we supposed to sell. So this is the standard that we're living in 2022, right? If you rape a woman and abuse a woman, long as you come out and tell the world you did it, it's okay. Is that what I'm getting? Is that what it sounds like? Because it seems as if you live in private, then you need to be locked up for what somebody come out and say about you. But if you come out and say it yourself, then it's okay. It's okay.
Maybe that's probably why they coming at R. Kelly so hard, because he's saying that because he hadn't admitted no wrongdoing. He said, "Look, I haven't done nothing wrong to these women." But this
man ain't admitted to doing nothing wrong. He's saying what he done. He's speaking of an incident, but he's speaking when he spoke about this incident. He wasn't expecting that shit to be the topic of discussion in 2022. This shit was back in 2015. He wasn't even charged white then. He was a community. This is the man that you call a community. This man was a community activist in the city of Fort Worth, Texas. He started a help program that's supposed to go around and help youth children to prevent youth from being charged given life sentences at the ages of 15 to 16 years old. This man was an advocate. And so just because you're an advocate mean that you can go around and talk about abusing and raping women, and just because you talk about it, it's supposed to justify it. Hell no. I don't give a fuck because you speak on it. That don't justify you abusing and raping women. That don't. The man said, I advocate for this. So just because he speak on it don't make him no better than somebody who haven't spoke on it. The act is the act. To commit the act is committing the crime, right?
Right.
Whether you tell on yourself or you don't tell on yourself. It don't make you right. No woman should be subjective to a man abusing her, beating on her, and taking her private. And then coming on a social media platform bragging about it.
And what
do we
makes
feel the same way about Charlemagne?
Big Bob, what makes it so bad? Not only the fact that he said some of the P need to be took, and I actually, the fact that he said he actually advocate for it in some cases, that I'm not gonna say really, that's beyond disturbing.
I mean, this man say I advocate for this shit. So Sanders say, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Charleston telling the truth about him and thousands more men on the planet, and I've been here a while. What's wrong with that's the problem. If he's telling the truth, why is he walking free?
Mm-hmm.
If he's telling the truth, who gonna be the next victim?
Yeah, and he said he advocates for that. So I'm like, so I'm sitting up in here.
What up, Larry? The truth don't make it justifiable.
Nope. But see, what gets me about it is the fact that, well, if he tells the truth about the situation, but there's still somebody, and just like they've been saying that same shit about R. Kelly. Well, we want justice for these people and these women and everything else. Where the justice for that woman?
It don't matter because he ain't big enough yet. And just like I say, these people nowadays, when a person like Charleston, when he came out doing what he was doing then, he was creating controversy, trying to build himself. He didn't expect for the shit that he said then to be a part of the conversation now. That goes back to just like we talk about the R. Kelly situation, right? R. Kelly, they gonna lock his ass up like Bill Cosby. He better start singing that song, Prayer Changes. But then when that person realized that going against R. Kelly wasn't working for him, then what did that person do? Free R. Kelly. Free R. Kelly. You were just saying that R. Kelly ain't nothing but a dope dealing singer. They need to lock his ass up like Bill. But then when you saw that wasn't working for you, that wasn't taking off for you, then you turned it to free R. Kelly. So you got a person like Charleston White who was talking about abusing women and raping women and being an advocate for it, and that shit didn't take off. Charleston White didn't become Charleston White until he started disrespecting the dead. When he say fuck Nipsey Hussle, fuck Mo 3, fuck King Von, that's when Charleston White became, when he started disrespecting deceased black men, this man became the most popular YouTube person on YouTube.
Yeah.
For disrespecting black men who were gunned down in the streets. He didn't become popular for saying, yeah, I raped that woman. Yeah, I beat women. Yeah, I advocate that bitches get beat up. All of them need to be raped. He didn't become popular for that. But rather he became popular for that, or now that he became popular for saying, fuck all these dead people, that's still you. Whether you switch your lane, but that's still in your past. That shit still is going to come to the future. It's going to be a part of the present right now. So it ain't okay just because you speak and say I did it. Just because you admit to doing something don't mean it's okay because you did it. A crime is a crime. Whether you get caught or you got caught. whole point of it is you were caught. That's what we have to stop doing. We have to look at shit and really say, well, damn, what evidence did they have of R. Kelly doing any of this shit that they allege he did?
See, what gets me about it is the absolute high level of hypocrisy that's been going on with this whole BS this whole time. I mean, at this point, it's hypocrisy on steroids now. That's what it is.
Absolutely.
It's hypocrisy on steroids. And even on the title of your live, when you say Charleston White when speaking on kellz goes wrong, there has been so many people that have been speaking against and having this dude's name in their mouth, and something bad happens to them consistently.
Man, he's one of the many.
And I mean, it didn't got to the point. I'm like, look, if you read the atmosphere, if you read the temperature, you know something sooner or later. It's been coming consistently. The list is so long right now. I can't name everybody that's been affected to it because I know I'm gonna forget somebody. The list is that long. And I wouldn't, and you know what? I wouldn't at all be surprised if maybe about the next week or two that clip that you played, somebody posted on somebody popular platform, and then that's gonna start in the legs.
I'm gonna hashtag that shit on Twitter. I'm gonna tag Boost in it. I'm gonna tag T.I. in it. Everybody. Because ain't no fucking way. If you that bold, you might well go down to the police station and tell the police, yeah, how he talk. Yeah. I raped a woman the other day. Yeah. I ate her out and she told me she didn't want to go no more. And I took the pussy anyway. Go to a police station and see how that worked for you.
Oh, it ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna end well. It ain't gonna end well for you.
Just because if you commit a crime and just because you admit to doing the crime don't mean it wasn't a crime.
Right. And I have a funny feeling that your I Admit song is not gonna sound as good as R. Kelly's. Just off top.
I'm telling you, man. Sometimes, man, this social media and this internet could be your worst enemy. I keep telling people, they get in front of these cameras and think that these cameras is for you. This camera is watching everything you do. Everything you say is being monitored and recorded for your safety and convenience.
Well,
somebody's recording this shit.
I want to say this. I agree that somebody's always recording something from somewhere. But I noticed you mentioned the Bill Cosby thing. And like I said before, that was solely because Bill was trying to buy CBS. But the ironic thing with this one is he is referencing the R. Kelly situation. But which is not necessarily a direct smoke and mirror, but the part that a lot of us are missing, meaning as far as the media, is North Korea and South Korea for the last 6 months have been firing missiles over here at the Washington, D.C. And they have gotten as close as 150 miles out from hitting the White House. So, and I know this sounds off kilter, but you know, the last 2 weeks, the YouTube streets was talking about colorism and dividing the sisterhood of black women based on colorism and these things. But nobody paid attention to the fact that South Korea and North Korea are 150 miles off of the White House.
Hmm.
And as sad as it sounds, I don't know where a lot of you are, but at 150 miles from the White House, from South Korea, is the equivalent of from Washington, D.C. to Atlantic City.
Yep, that's 150 miles. That's kind of that. That's almost the distance from because in Texas you got like let's say from almost from Shreveport to Dallas.
Mm-hmm. That's 190. But just about.
So
yeah, man.
Which ain't far at all.
Nah, then you got Russia. They took over another country over there. You know, it's a lot of shit going on underneath the surface.
Yep. But
and that's why I'm saying, like, before the Charleston White thing, last week was Kanye and the White Lives Matter T-shirt.
Yeah, and now the new popular topic on YouTube that's being discussed is black men getting passports going overseas and meeting different women. So now they putting that out there, which I totally believe it is a distraction. I'm like, look, people been getting passports for years, so what's the point now?
But it's to cover up. See, somebody asked about the Kanye West thing, and I said, you know what? Y'all reading too much into it. Because, and no disrespect, if Big Vigo make the same T-shirt, here's what's going to happen. Man, that boy a fool. Yo, where you get that shirt from? Boy, I damn sure take one of them. But because
a lot of people going to take it as a joke.
But because it's Kanye, they magnified it to more than just a shirt.
I don't even
go get it. J-Rock, man, you a fool for that shirt. Boy, get out of here with that T-shirt. But yo, seriously, where you getting that, J-Rock? Oh, boy, I got it down at Spencer's. Boy, it was $65.48. Oh, man, I'm going to have to go get me one of them. Because it's a hit or a miss.
Mm-hmm.
But what everybody did was they paid attention to it, which really made it a hit. Because if you think about it, it's the same as no disrespect and no pun intended nobody. It's the same as if you go buy a shirt that say R.I.P. Tata from Lexington Terrace. Oh man, I want one of them. Only for you to get the shirt, wear the shirt once, and it'd be disregarded. It's the same thing. As a people, we stay fixated on one topic too long. When either you like it or you don't. Either you got an issue with it, so say your issue and move on. But it's not meant to be pondered on for weeks and weeks and weeks. Like the
I don't even talk Kanye with a lot of people because people they equate the Kanye conversation with, oh, he crazy. And I'm a victim. At one point, I used to say that, and then I had to sit back and I really had to think. That maybe when and it's true when they say different, you look crazy, right? And what I mean different is when you have a different approach to life, and it don't look familiar to what you see everybody else doing. First thing they want to say is you crazy, you know what I'm saying, or they want to single you out, you know. So I look at what Kanye done. And I see a good point, especially when I go and I just put up a video on my page that only have 109 views on it. Black Lives, they talking about they're investigating the Black Lives Matter founder who spends over $250,000 a year on sex, on escorts and all type of shit. But nobody's in outrage about that.
Yeah, yeah,
But
and there's a lady on YouTube right now who's up there talking about that she has a petition about going after Black Lives Matter because they say they misappropriated as much as $90 million.
$90 million. And none of it went back into the black community. And he really wore the shirt to show people how our people are so hell bent on a savior to that they will follow anything. How many other people have you seen? Did you see White Lives Matter shirt stock go up when Kanye wore that shirt? But when they came out with Black Lives Matter shirts, them shits couldn't even sit on the shelf. It's always it's something in it when he do it. There's a message in it, but people are so quick to say this motherfucker crazy that they miss the whole importance of what he's trying to say.
I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna let you brothers have it because I gotta get up early. The funniest part about this is, and Big Va, I know you like to get on your soapbox and do some research. J Rock, you too. Midas, if you out there, I'm gonna give you one too. Google 2000. No, I want to say 1998. In Baltimore, we had a slogan that was real big. They made billboards and T-shirts, the whole 9 yards. And what it said was, "Us killing us equals genocide." Now, I want y'all to hear me real carefully. It was somewhere between 98 and 2000, I'll even say 2. But the slogan was, "Us killing us equals genocide." And before that, it was Baltimore, the city that reads. It was the RIF program, reading is fundamental. I say all of this to say, if you think about it, the us killing us equals genocide was the Black Lives Movement 20 some years earlier. Here's the part about it that everybody's going to probably miss. When you research it, it was talked about for as long as you could smoke a cigarette. And then it went away. In our community, the biggest problem we have is not that we won't stand or we won't fight for a situation. We have no consistency and stamina for the long haul. If you can remember, at one point, everybody was throwing sneakers across the traffic light zone, or you'll put 100 liquor bottles on the step and make a memorial. And a couple of days later, you would get the bottles off the step and you would kill it. We're not consistent in anything we do. That's why everything that we try to do is looked over. If you think about it, and they stay consistent, and we stay consistent, way before Trayvon Martin and all these other little situations, and I'm not trying to downplay them, I'm just trying to condense my statement. Had we stayed consistent on an agenda of trying to get the narrative changed, we would be 25 blocks ahead of where we are. But where we are now is in 2022. We have the African American sisters arguing about the same thing Willie Lynch said over 100 years ago. The only difference is he didn't make it gender specific. Now it's gender specific. Who cares if you light skin, the dark skin? It's not about the complexion of your skin. It's your personality and your character that's going to outshine anything. You could be high yellow and AH. You could be dark black and the most genuinest person there is. We gotta stop. We gotta stop running with the same narrative of the old, and we gotta look at the progression we made. And now we gotta figure out how can we progress forward. Because if you're gonna keep talking about the N word and the B word and dark skin, light skin, we not having no progress. What we doing is we having the same redundant conversation on a different day. Don't make sense, though.
I understand what you're saying, Malik. That's almost like wash, rinse, and repeat.
Right.
We got to figure out how to move forward, but shit, it seems like we gonna spend so much time on trying, and then it never get figured out.
You know what? And I'm gonna say this. I think we got it figured out. I think we're afraid to execute. To have a verifiable solution to an issue is nothing. The execution is everything. And most people are afraid to execute. Because to execute is unknown. And most people are afraid of the unknown. For the one simple reason, because it's unknown. And if you really think about unknown, it's new territory. So therefore, in order to get a different result, you have to go to a new territory. You got to go to a different phase. When we all was 18, we thought as we were 18. As we got older, we thought different. And the older you get, you'll continue to think and act different. The moment you become stagnated, your progress has just became that, worthless.
Yep.
But it's always a pleasure. Like I said, we can go so many ways and so many avenues about so many things. It's good that we always meet at the same point, be it at the beginning or the end. I still say, Charleston, you gotta clarify that up, because as a community, we not behind you.
Nah, and then especially claiming to be a community activist. Yeah.
And I'm surprised them folk down in Texas ain't caught you out back one night too proud to speak.
Oh, they just caught him a couple of days ago. He got caught up in Dallas, and he called the police, and the police showed up. He had the police searching the people's cars, and oh man, he showed out. Man, he showed out so bad in front of a store, you know. But at the same time, attacking him is not gonna be the way to deal with a person like him. You know, he proudly brags about, you know, calling the police and getting people locked up, or you know, he's proud about that, you know. But you're gonna have to cut off his source.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
I think what makes this situation so wild is the fact that, just like he said about that incident with that one lady that he was talking about, the question gonna be how many more of them out there.
Right. How many other women have you done that to?
Mm-hmm. Because the whole thing is gonna be like, if there's one, there's more. Because you can look at not just R. Kelly's situation, but you look at Deshaun Watson, what he's going through right now. You can look at how they try to throw that BS at Russell Simmons, you know, and then you just go ahead and just any major black figure, you know, they're gonna ask that question that it must be, this ain't your first rodeo, basically.
Nah.
There's a couple others out there. We just gotta find them.
Well, in the case of Deshaun Watson, I'll be the first to say Deshaun got dirt on some people. And what it is they don't want Deshaun to open his mouth. So if you have a male, and I'm just going to say a male, who's willing to play by the game to get his own financial gain, that's cool. But the moment Deshaun seeks clarity within himself, and he has that by himself meeting, Deshaun may still return. In regards to I think the other person you said, man, it's so much deception that they're not even making webs anymore. The water is always going to be murky. But what I want everybody to understand is you got people who are selling their soul for $1.
Oh hell yeah!
Let alone $230 million guaranteed. So a lot of times you gotta take and navigate the territory that you own, that you control. That's like everybody in my hometown is like, yo, Lamar Jackson. I say, well, Lamar Jackson can leave Baltimore tomorrow. Nobody's going to give him $250 million guaranteed. No team. Any team that does will be setting themselves up for failure. And everybody's like, no, he's that good. No, he's not. He's a liability because he comes out that pocket. Once the quarterback comes out that pocket, all bets is off. And nobody understands the old adage. It's a rookie out there, and there's some senior vets who gonna buy that rookie that Rolex. That's $20,000 the rookie ain't got to worry about spending. So now he got a real timepiece on his arm, and he willing to put a hit on Lamar. Not necessarily saying it's a dirty hit, but it's gonna be a hit. And anybody know when you that fast and that liable, like Mike Vick. That's what happened to Mike Vick in the preseason game. Ray Lewis caught him. He was running.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Vick said, oh, I had to rethink some things. I bet you did. Yep. And what people don't understand is, in life, you got to make decisions. Sometimes you got to make them at a split second, and sometimes you got a time period to make it. It's better to play off the clock than on the clock. Because that clock ticks faster than you can imagine once it say go.
Yeah, I think in regards to Lamar Jackson, I think the one reason why he may get closer to $250 million is because it's supposed to be having that new TV money supposed to be coming out in the next couple of years with possible expansion in regards to that. So that additional TV money would be constituted as higher revenue. So that would be possible. I'm not saying he's gonna get 200. He could hit close to 200 at that point.
If he win MVP this year, shit, they're gonna have to pay him.
Well, I'm telling you, he wants $350 million.
I advocate for all the brothers to get paid because we've been at the bottom of the totem pole for so long. You know, get your money while you can, man.
What?
The NFL don't last forever.
This is true. And Lamar's thing was, you paid Kyler Murray that money. And what folk don't realize, Kyler Murray had a big-time baseball contract he turned down.
Facts.
And folks don't understand, baseball money is guaranteed.
Yeah, that's different type of money.
As a matter of fact, Malik, wasn't Kyler Murray projected to be a top 10 pick in the MLB draft?
Yes.
Kyler Murray, different type of, but he ain't no good.
Not only was he top 10,
Lamar, but
I think his initial offer out the gate was something like 20-some million for like 2 years. His first contract was ill. And I wonder if he was going to Seattle or something like that. The team he was going to was willing to break big bread for him.
I think it was the Oakland A's. I think the A's was sniffing real hard at him.
Because they wanted him to do what Dion did. He said he didn't want to have to put his body through that.
Right.
But he said that.
Right, because even when the NFL draft came around and then it looked like Arizona was going to get him, I was like, I don't know. He may turn around and may take that baseball money because, like you said, that baseball money is guaranteed plus the contract. I mean, and then he'll still be on his rookie deal with the NFL. No telling how they would try to categorize him. I'm like, I don't know. I probably if I was him, I might have took the baseball contract. That's just me.
I don't see him getting another big contract like he got. He ain't no better quarterback than Lamar.
But he got. I can't say that, and I followed Lamar in college.
I did too.
And
Lamar,
go ahead.
Lamar was putting up crazy numbers in college.
Yeah.
Passing the ball. He wasn't running that much in college as he been running in the NFL.
He was running that joint. But because of the division he played in, he was under the radar. Meaning, I think the year he won the Heisman, he beat up my guy Tua Tagovailoa. So the real hype was he beat Bama. Bama, we won the national title. We won the national championship. But you got to be mindful that when you gonna run first, like Lamar ain't got no problem in that joint.
Nope.
And what I'm saying is, when you hit that pocket and come out, like now, you got D lineman and DN running the 4.5 40 at 300 pounds.
They hybrids now. It ain't what it used to be.
That's like the young boy from Penn State. I think he's 6'4", 6'5", middle linebacker.
Micah Parsons for the Cowboys.
Right, running a 4.4 40.
Cold.
Like a 4.44.
And as a matter of fact, if you really want to get technical, Micah Parsons was in the I think it was like Pro Bowl weekend when they had the NFL fastest man contest and Micah Parsons won.
Big dudes move, man.
Just imagine at that speed, when you fast as Dion. What? And you the quarterback. And if I was Lamar, I'd be like, oh, I can hear Lamar now. Dead, Lord Christ, Allah, everybody, please, Lord, please, Lord, please, don't hurt me, don't hurt me. What? Because even if the two of you try to stop, the impact alone. But you know what? Like I said, I wish Lamar, and to be honest, Lamar might as well do a Jamarcus Russell. Get him a piece of change and just go by the wayside.
Hey, Lamar better than Jamarcus though.
Oh, yeah.
I can't. Lamarcus was good. He just was put in a bad situation. Oakland wasn't for him.
No,
I mean,
it wasn't. It really wasn't. And you take a look at Lamar Jackson. Lamar already got an MVP in his back pocket now. If he turns around and pulls another one,
they're gonna have to give him his money, man.
So let me ask y'all this, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna go. At the end of the day, do you count MVPs or you count chips? Because my brother loved him to death. He a diehard Orioles fan. All he talk about is when the last time the Yankees won the World Series. My nigga, we got 27 fucking World Series. In your lifetime, your Orioles will never catch up to half of that. We got 27 chips. The most in Major League history. So at the end of the day, you always can't be top dog. But your team only got two.
Yep.
But I tell you this though, when we talk about chips, see, I can't really get into that because, my favorite player is Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning last championship wasn't won because of him. Denver had a hell of a defense.
Facts.
Got him a ring. Got him that second ring. You go to Eli. Eli got 2 rings with the same team before Peyton.
But now,
Eli beat the Kryptonite to Peyton Manning, which was the New England Patriots.
Now I'll say this, because Peyton, my guy, you got to be mindful that Peyton did get them the second, because Peyton come out the gate 6-0. But you also got to be mindful that Peyton is an idiot savant at that quarterback.
Yeah, that's my guy, man.
So, like the Ravens, when the idiot savant is gone, you nowhere. Once Ray Lewis left, they've been nowhere. They got Lamar and still been nowhere.
Right. Not only since Ray was gone, Ed Reed too.
That's what Ray said. Ed, look, I'm gonna give you one more, and now that I'm gone.
And see,
Ed tried to go to another team,
That thing.
and never was the same.
No.
And he wound up retiring.
They go there.
Like I said, Ray told him, yo, I'm gonna give you this last one. That's it. And when Ray left. Speaking of which, did my man Peyton go in this year? Hey, Rod, did he go in the Hall of Fame this year?
That's a good question because normally it's what 4 years after you retire, or 5?
I think it's 5. But I also think, and this may sound crazy, I think a year got added on to because of the COVID jump. So I think he went in. Yes, he did go in this year. Y'all there?
Yeah, 2020. It's 2022, 2017. So that might make sense because that COVID year kind of throw a little monkey wrench in there. So that might be possible.
Yeah, I believe he got his better this year.
Then I can't hear.
Yeah, and you're talking about and Peyton, like you say, Malik, and you're absolutely right. Peyton was a savant at that quarterback position. He was an absolute savant. You're talking about the intelligence and the way he ran that offense. That whole every time you hear Omaha, you think about Peyton.
What? Look, I've been running around here sometime in my daily life. Omaha. Well, don't worry about it. Man, look, it's a meme of Peyton and Ray Lewis in the locker room talking after the game. When that meme went viral, it got something like 3 or 4 million likes within 15, 20 minutes. Because everybody understood what that was about. And I think Ray in the press conference spoke on it. He said, I had the chance to actually meet him after a game, and we both gave each other the highest regard. And Ray was like, I can't take nothing away. Ray said he made me work harder than anybody else because not only could he read the defense, he could read the defense, reconstruct to the defense when the defense changed, and then change back to a whole nother plan from the first 3 plans he had. Ray was like, man, it was the ultimate chess game. And he said, I have to commend him. Stand-up guy and definitely one of the most prolific quarterbacks he's ever met. He said the guy's mind he outthinks the thought that he thought before he thought the thing. I say, okay, I get it. He said, man, it's just, and when you meet a player like that, you have to give them that prop.
Oh yeah. I give Peyton his prop, but it's just them 2 teams that he had a problem with. There was the San Diego Chargers and the New England Patriots, man.
Yeah. And see, when he went up against the Patriots, man, it was always Bill Belichick, but the defense was always solid. I mean, because one of the defense you had Richard Seymour, Willie McGinnis, Teddy Bruschi, and then you had Rodney Harrison on the back end with Lawyer Malloy and Ty Law also back there. So that was a loaded defense he was going up against in the playoffs consistently. And the way I see it, I mean, it was like, and Peyton, and as bad as Peyton was, the only thing about it was he just couldn't necessarily really get over that hump against them. But in 2006, 2007 season, They put it together when Tony Dungy was on their coaching staff and wound up pulling that off for him.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the one thing I want. And I'm still looking for this. I've been going to every memorabilia sports shop. I want that picture of Tony Dungy and Lovie Smith standing behind that Lombardi trophy. I want that.
I think I got a screenshot of that.
I want that. I want that in a poster. I want that hung up in my crib. If I got the screenshot, you can print it out on your what's some jigging. But I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go on my iCloud and look for that. I think somebody sent that to me. Yeah, because I want that. Because I was like, because I got Tony Dungy's book, Quiet Strength. You know, I got the hard copy of it, and it's got that picture in it, in that book.
Yeah, and they robbed Tony of his ring open. He probably got that ring with Warren Sapp and them.
Yep.
Yeah.
But if you get a chance, man, check out Tony Dungy's book, Quiet Strength. It's a real good read.
Okay. They tell me what's the name book good. 50 Cent just dropped the book. They tell me 50 book was good. Rick Ross book was all right. Hey, who's the other one? Oh my gosh.
50 got the new show coming out, man. I can't wait for this shit.
50 another one.
50 better be careful because when this shit drop right here, what that shit is? When this shit drop, well, they gonna
hip hop homicides.
Oh yeah.
That's
I
gonna be.
I want to see the Nas documentary and the documentary about Video Rock Box.
Speaking of Nas, isn't Nas's birthday today or yesterday?
No, but I know your boy Malik's birthday was yesterday. Shout out to Malik, everybody. Happy birthday.
Happy belated, Malik. I was very heavily sedated yesterday on your birthday. Shout out to you. Yesterday with my son, my son Bob that passed away. Yesterday was her birthday as well. So, yesterday was a rough day for my son, but we got through it,
All right. Happy birthday, Malik.
Thank you. But look, gentlemen, it was all great. We can do it again. 4 o'clock be here, and I gotta go to West Virginia to see a football game. So,
already? Who ain't sweat? Who ain't sweat?
hey, you know what? You mentioned that. I need that sweatshirt, yo.
I need one too.
That's my guy, yo. I love Prime all my life, man. Prime. I actually got to meet him when he played in Baltimore. Real laid back.
I wake up motivated. I got to put it on my intro, man.
Hey, but you know what? He definitely always had that same spirit. And I go back to his Hall of Fame speech when they was like, man, you used to always say Deion don't tackle, Deion don't do this, Deion do that. He say, shit, ask my mama if I ain't tackle every goddamn bill came across that doorstep. And then I'm still tackling these goddamn bills. And I said, hey, you may not understand what he meant by tackling, but he did what he said. He said he wanted his mama out the hood, and he told her, I'm going to do whatever it takes the right way to get you out the hood. And that you can't knock. So until next time, gentlemen, stay blessed, stay productive, stay positive, and definitely stay away from Charleston White clown, man.
Well, definitely. Well, definitely.
All right,
peace to you, Malik.
All right.
Peace, bro. Peace. This fool. I did it. I did it. Freeze. I did it.
Man, this clown here, bro. I mean, damn.
Do anything for clout, bro. Anything for clout.
Mm-hmm. Let's talk about birthdays. My niece's birthday was today also. Her birthday was today. I did send a special shout out to my niece and everything. She was and then my cousin's birthday next week.
Okay.
All these October birthdays just popping up all over the damn place.
Yeah, my sister got a birthday next Friday. Yeah, I got two sisters born in October. One on the 6th, one on the 21st. Most definitely, man. What up, EJ? Yeah, man.
EJ, what
Charleston
up?
White, bro. Man, it's been crazy. I ain't been able to talk to Dean. I ain't talked to shit Derek. I ain't talked to. It's been a minute since I heard from everybody, man.
Yeah, I
But
was
like I
wondering
said,
about that, man. And then you said your mouth been on numb, and you just been
yeah,
you just been kind of deactivated at the moment.
yeah. I brought the new segment back. Talking about the adult talk, man. We've been having good conversations. When I do come on, we've been having good conversations on the adult talk segments. We did
I think
part
you came
one.
on one day, and I had just went to and I was just went to
You
bed. I think
just
you had just
yeah,
came on.
yeah. We
I don't know if
did.
it was sometime last week or if it was early this week. Or,
It was. I
it
think
never was
last week.
before you had to have that had that
Yeah.
work done on your mouth. I know it was a little bit before that.
Yeah, it was. I think we did two. We did communication. Me and Fantasia. We did adult talk communication. That was one. Then we did adult talk. Evenly yoked. Being evenly yoked. That was part two. And then we got part three coming probably Sunday. We're gonna be talking about love languages and shit like that. So it's been a good conversation for different for people to come in and talk about different things or whatever. It's been good. Like, man, it'd be great conversations with people just to talk about different things. We got brother David, man. What's up,
What's going
man?
on, Vi?
Man, it's been a minute, man. It's been a
Yeah,
minute.
it's been a second, man. What up, J Rock?
What's going on, man?
You
We on
got
here
it, you
dealing
got
with
it.
this clown, old Charleston White, man.
Man, you know I rock with Charleston, man.
You do? You must ain't
Yeah,
heard the new Charleston then.
I heard. He been said that a long time ago.
Told people that he been said that a long time ago, but people like, well, at least he admitted. I'm like, shit, just because you admitted to doing some fucked up shit, don't give you the right to try to talk about what another person need to be held accountable for when you ain't being held accountable. Your
Well,
damn self.
I think the difference is, you know, accusers came forth for R. Kelly. You know, I mean, it's almost like and then he do a lot of stuff with shock value too, man. A lot of times he say that you can say anything on the internet. You know what I'm saying? As long as you ain't doing it in the real world. Uh, it kind of showing the difference between the character and the real people, huh?
Hmm. Yeah, most definitely. That's what he call himself a shock jockey.
Shock jock, you know what I'm saying? I think, like, it's one thing with the internet, right? And then it's another thing with the streets. So, I kind of rock with Charleston. I appreciate, I think that, he really got to tear down images, the false images that's been promoted to our people for over 40, 50 years. And in order to rebuild, a lot of times you got to go against what's what's popular, what's cool with everybody. And so,
Right. Cause I agree with him. I agree with with certain aspects as far as the policies and what he do for advocate. Because he have been in the White House and he did change a law where they was giving children life in prison at the age of 15, 16. He was a part of a lot of that stuff when it comes
right,
to
right.
changing the laws when it comes to convicting teenagers and things like that. But like a
And
lot
then
of times.
then it becomes about caring about either what a person says or what a person does.
Mhm.
A person can get on here and say all the right shit, but they ain't doing nothing.
Nah.
You know what I'm saying? So, and it's a trip how people really be, acting like, they got to be a certain way or agree with a certain thing or they going to, cancel you or try to block you. I mean, in the hood, that'd be some hating ass shit, man. If I got crack over here, man, you got crack over there, man. You feel me? It might crack better, nigga, you know, get some better crack. You know what I mean? But don't hate. You know what I'm saying? You know. So I mean, you
Charles
know,
gonna send them police on you. Yeah, I gotta
hey,
get him off the corner. I gotta get him off the block. He come. I mean, he's very entertaining. But you know, when I hear him, no, I one thing about me is like this is how I look at shit. I can't speak on some shit, and I got if I mean I guess to me I just feel like if I got a background, if I'm a fraud and I got a background of fraud, then me speaking on fraud might not be a good thing to talk about. You know, because
but then again, like who do the government hire to be over their fraud section, but the one who committing the fraud and shit. You know what I'm
frauders,
saying? You
frauders.
know, so yeah, man. You know,
Yeah,
we gotta expand our thinking a little bit, man, because you know the big picture with Charleston is that he representing as a citizen. You know what I mean? And as a citizen, we got the power of the police, we got the power of our neighbors, and we got the power of the gangs too. You know, they supposed to be not against us, you know what I'm saying, but for us, for those who will hurt us. You know, that's what they started out as. They wasn't gangs in the first place. They was organizations.
no organization.
So, you know, a lot of that, you know, and Charleston represent that generation of real organizational type dudes that move with principle. You know what I'm saying? Real power. You know what I'm saying? And so a lot of these cats out here, man, is just moving for themselves and they tricking the youth. You know what I'm saying? So in order for him to separate the youth from these goofies, he got to put them on the spot. And you see what's happening. So now all our favorite rappers, we've been listening to you for years, considering to be real OGs, man, their colors are showing they lacking. You know what I'm saying? In order for us to move forward, it got to come forward like that so we can know the really real from the fake. And right now, Charleston is like the realest thing out there. And, you know, the last time I was on here, it was because Black Muse offended me talking about Kanye. You know what I'm saying? And I'm a real Chicago rapper. And for a person like Kanye to not get no real play from people from Chicago, I feel like it's wrong.
I
You
fucks with
know?
Kanye.
Yeah. So he had said something like Kanye was blasphemous, you know. And so, man, I really went back through a lot of the recent stuff that he did and the old stuff, and man, you know, so that's that, you know, so. I rep
Yeah,
the city, man.
Kanye like a Charleston, but he just on a different level. He just
Right,
do it different.
right,
Kanye ain't gonna do the shit that public just gonna be like. He just ain't gonna do the shit that people think he should do. He gonna do it the Kanye way. You
right.
know, like when him wearing that shirt, everybody had something to say about him saying it, but they ain't say nothing about the woman that had the same shirt on there with him.
which is
You
Right,
know,
Candace.
and they also
Candace
didn't say
Owens.
nothing about all the white people that was wearing the Black Lives Matter shirts when when that first started popping. How you
Mm-hmm.
gonna be hypocritical like that? And then us as a community, man, we got to have diversity of thought. We have to allow a person to be who he is without gang banging on him. You know what I'm saying? Because if his move ain't for the community or for the people, it's gonna show, and he gonna be shunned. And when it really begin to be like that, when people begin to move for the people, and not just for themselves. You know what I'm saying? And that's what we've been having a lot of, man. And so, to me, Kanye is a leader.
Oh
Uh,
yeah.
uh,
I don't see a person getting that far becoming a billionaire being dumb at
uh,
all.
what
Billionaires
I,
don't, in case they hit the lotto, they just don't become dumb. They don't know about no investing and all this different shit. Like Kanye, and I like what he told. Did y'all see the text messages between him and Puff?
yeah, I
Man,
did.
he told Puffy them Jewish labor record them Jewish executives had you to call me. I don't want to talk to you.
Yeah, man. Yeah, and look, and then look what happened. Look, hey, And see, they canceled him, and so they gave him the R. Kelly treatment. You know what I mean? And so it should be, it should look real familiar. Anything that is cool with the industry, that's cool with the system, man, you allowed to just do your thing, no matter how much of a creep you is, no matter how much of a a bad example you is. But anytime you stand out and say, no, I ain't going, or I ain't doing this, I ain't bending, you know what I'm saying? Fuck your money, fuck your careers, woo, woo. Then they have you out there looking like you crazy. Then they have you out there looking like you a sex addict, like you a deviant or something. And and that's what they've been doing. So now they really can't do that to Kanye because everybody watching right now with technology as it is. And if you open your mind and think, you know what I'm saying, at the level that this dude is playing at, man, that, maybe you should consider that shit, fuck with these people will have you looking like you crazy. You know what I'm saying? We'll have you sounding crazy than the motherfucker, man, because the shit that's going on behind the scenes is so crazy for real. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Shit. Well, this shit had me down last. Look at Puff Daddy. He text Kanye. He leaked these text messages. Puff text him saying, as soon as I land, we'll meet face to face. Send me your address. Kanye told him, fuck you.
Right.
You fed.
You fed.
And then he say, nigga, send me your address. Let's stop playing these internet games. And don't feel threatened. You'll be fine. Just love. Kanye told him, this ain't no game.
Right. Hey, he on another page now, boy.
Kanye say, I'm gonna use you as an. He say, I'm gonna use you as an example show the Jewish people that I told you this. Don't talk that. He say, I'm gonna use this as an example to show the Jewish people that told you to call me that no one can threaten or influence me. I told you this is war. Now go and get you some. Now go and get you some business. Boy, goddamn Kanye crazy.
Yeah.
Boy, that shit right here had me crying.
That's some Chicago shit if I ever heard it, nigga. You hear me? But shit, P. Diddy sounded gangster too. Like, nigga, what's your address, nigga? Where you at? You know what I'm saying?
Fuck you.
Damn. He said, F you fed. Golly.
Boy, talk about when I first read that shit, I was crying laughing. I was like, how the hell did I come across these text messages? Boy, I got that Kanye.
Man, wow. And you know what's crazy? There's even a little sidebar soap opera going on that's connected to Kanye in an indirect way. Now you got Kim Kardashian and Ray J going back and forth now.
Yeah, about the sex tape deals.
Yeah, about the whole sex tape, and then I saw the little leak on Ray J's video where he was talking about how you gonna come out here and try to go against me when your mama was the one that pimped you out on the tape.
Yeah. So the mama watched the tape and the mama had to verify. The mama had to say whether the tape was good or not. So they had 3 different tapes. You know.
Don't that sound familiar?
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Exactly.
So it was 3 different tapes. Man, it's crazy, man. It's a crazy world, man.
Hey, I just want
to. What did the late Kevin Samuels always say? You can't make this shit up.
Can't make this shit up.
I wanted to repeat this quote, man, that Kanye said in that interview with Tucker Carlson. Did y'all see that?
Yeah, I saw bits and pieces of it.
I saw bits of it. I saw pieces of it too.
Yeah, I went back and listened to it a couple times. But he said this one thing, right? I'm gonna see if I can repeat it because I don't see where I had wrote it down there. But he said, the people who have stripped us of our identity and labeled us as a color have told us what it means to be Black and what vernacular that we should have. Crickets. Anybody with me? I mean, did it resonate? Did I go too fast? Should I say it over again?
No, but that
No.
goes back to them. That goes back to when they created the census in the 1700s, 1800s. When they created the census and started keeping track of people, they determined these colors and told us, I have yet to see a black person. I have yet to see a white person.
Mm-hmm.
In case there's two different things.
But we do identify black and white, right? So we have been raised in this system, but it is truly a system. So so the ones who behind, when they say Black Lives Matter, the ones who behind the concept of even giving the people the name black is the owners of that what it means to be black. That's how Joe Biden can say, if you got to choose between me or Donald Trump, then you ain't black, because they really the ones who crafted what it means to be black. That's why you can't, certain things you can't say. Like when 50 Cent came out and said something about Donald Trump like a few years ago. One of them actor bros came out and said, 50 Cent, remember that you black. You know what I mean? And so the thing with black, right? With me, it's like how somebody gonna tell you, how your blackness gonna depend on how you perform or what you say. You feel me? You understand what I'm trying to say?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm doing too much, man, as I'm just
Oh
doing
no, I got something for you for this Black Lives Matter now. Cause I posted something on them, and I say, look, I say how I post something on Black Lives Matter, and the clip only got 100 views on there, and it's been up for 5 days. Is it that people don't want to hear the truth?
What you say?
Hold on.
So Black Lives Matter released their 990 IRS filings. They collected $80 million. Where is that money?
It's not here. Everything looks worse than it was.
Where have you seen that money impacted throughout the city? So my producer just sent me a link. It is just shocking to me because of how much money was raised to think that where he lived, the bills weren't being covered. Super frustrating, but that's a dead end. So, and here's where it gets really interesting. Ready for some BLM pride? Another $200K went to escorts, BDSM workers, strippers, peep show workers, phone sex operators, and webcam performers. And then at that moment, it became personal. And I thought, not only am I going to say the truth, I am going to scream the truth louder than you can scream the lies.
There you go.
What up, Ron Pauli? What up, Larry? Now, to speak about BLM, right? You spend over 200, that's $250,000 on sex, BDSM, escorts. So, is this safe to say, in the words of how they frame R. Kelly, the artist, as he used his musical talents and genius as a cover-up for him to on-go his sexual preferences throughout? He used his music as a cover-up. So is it safe to say that this BLM was used as a cover-up for this person behind it to use it to to use it to support his sex habit, his sexual addiction?
I don't see why not.
Escort. Is it safe to say that he using it as a cover-up?
I don't see why not. I really don't. To me, that kind of sounds like, it almost sounds similar to a RICO. I could be wrong.
Right. That's a real Rico.
My point.
Now they
That's a
tell us
real Rico right
kellz
there.
he uses his name and fame, his musical. The artist R. Kelly, he used their persona to participate in his sexual encounters with these women. So what makes BLM any different if they spending over $250,000 a year on BDSM, strippers, escorts? That's I was hoping that people would watch that video and listen to that video into its entirety, because if you collecting $80 million and you're not even pouring it back into the community that's feeding you, no wonder why Kanye wore this shirt.
Yeah. And then it goes into the question, where was that money going?
It was going back to I hate to say it like this, but to the Democrats. To the because right as that was going on, it was a big like campaign time, or like one of those times like voting time or some shit like that.
That's where you see what Larry said. Larry Hawkins say, he said you got to start when it's time to vote. You got to start researching these judges. Start looking these judges up. Look at who you voting for.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Figure out who it is that you voting for.
It's really local.
Pulis said, young black men are stuck in thought and behavior patterns that are producing the same result. That's why you see so many of these young kids that want to be rappers. Now rappers are getting killed more than people at war.
Hey, I just had a funny thought. The same thing happened with the blues singers and stuff too, didn't it? Like everybody wants to be singing the blues.
All of a sudden, all the blues artists start falling off.
Speaking of which, let me ask you this question: Have anybody on this panel just so happened to see that video, that new voting campaign video with featuring Trina?
Oh no,
I ain't seen,
man, bruh.
No.
I don't know if you want to pull that up or not, but bro, you want to talk about, man. To me, that is about the most blatantly disrespectful video toward a black man I've ever seen. And what make it so bad, shout out to the Angry Man, because I saw this on the Angry Man channel. He was talking about this. He said this shit looked like a spoof that the Boondocks would have done. That's how it looked. You would have thought if you'd have saw it, the Boondocks would have came up with something like this, or would have been, or in Living Color back in the day. That's how it looked. I
read something today saying that they found Jennifer. Well, R. Kelly, he finally brung Andrew Wyatt on to the team now. Andrew Wyatt is a part of the team now.
Yeah, I saw that.
I saw that too. The publicist from the Bill Cosby.
Bill Cosby.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
So that's a good thing that Kelly. But see, the appeal, this shit, the only way that this appeal don't work is if the people that's over it don't operate it correctly. Because this appeal has so many sanctions, it's so many infractions that took place in both of these cases, to where all you need is one instance, one situation, one thing that he only need to point out one thing that they violated, one step that they violated, one reason, one cause. We all can think of a reason or a cause, and they can all be different. It's just that many that took place. First of all, the surviving R. Kelly itself created prejudice. How could you be in this country or any country surrounding the United States and say that you don't know what surviving R. Kelly was when Netflix showed it in every fucking country? Lifetime, A&E. This shit was all people on Breakfast Club. No, this shit was talked about on Lifetime. How many women watch Lifetime? Damn near 80%, 90% of women in this country watch Lifetime, probably. I mean, we talking about shit. You go to talking about the judge changing the language after they heard the testimony of these accusers, and the defense has discredited everything that these accusers said. The judge allowed the prosecutors to go back and change the language of the charges.
Man.
And then in the 11th hour, on top of that, you got a juror that all of a sudden got a panic attack.
Panic attack.
Sat on that trial for 3 weeks. And when it's come to the time of deliberation, now all of a sudden you want to have a panic attack. And to me, my thought about that is she's seen through the BS. And she couldn't get down with the program, whatever they was trying to put down. She wasn't able to get down with it.
No, because they said they came back and said they were deadlocked, and they were deadlocked. They didn't know if he was guilty or not guilty. So the judge told them they need to go back.
Yep,
it would have been a hung jury.
That was a hung jury.
When that happened?
During the Chicago trial.
Before the verdict came down.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah, they were deadlocked.
They were deadlocked.
Well, I don't even remember that.
Yeah, that happened during the Chicago trial. Then they said let the tapes. Let the tapes. See, the biggest thing was these tapes. Jennifer then wanted the expert to come in and verify the authenticity of the tapes. The judge denied it. That is prejudice. That is clear prejudice. To allow these tapes to be put into evidence that hasn't been verified when you got Chuck Freeman, Lisa Van Allen, Keith Merle, you got Roshona, and you got Jim Derogatis, all saying that they had their hands on these tapes. So why isn't it that those tapes shouldn't have been authenticated? The only reason why you don't want a forensic specialist to come in is because he was gonna verify that those tapes were doctored, and those tapes was the only thing left that y'all could charge this man on.
And on top of that, it would have verified that chain of custody would have been violated all to be damned.
Yes. So the judge intentionally, and let's not only talk about that shit, the shit that the judge did, delaying the court by a day, just so Jim Derogatis' lawyer could put in a motion for him not to have to take the stand. That shit was by design. I don't give a fuck. You're talking about the Durskin building in Chicago that send niggas to jail every day.
And all of a sudden, the day after Labor Day, all of a sudden they're having technical issues.
But you gonna let somebody come in the next day and get on the elevator after you had electrical issues the day before? What's going on, David?
Man, I don't know. That's all crazy, man.
To make so much money, that bitch should never close.
You know? Man, I did not know it was a hung joint, though.
Oh, yeah. It was hung. It was hung for sure. Because the judge told him to go right back in there and continue to deliberate.
Yep. And it was because of the tapes that they came up with the verdict that they came up with, because of the tape.
The tape that they heard and couldn't see.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
They didn't see no visual. They just heard that tape, right?
They heard the tape. And you had Jane saying it was her, but then you had another witness say she was on the tape, but then they asked her, these two couldn't even identify each other. They didn't even know each other.
That's
So
all
how the
right.
fuck is you on the tape with somebody that say they don't even know you?
And then on top of it, you had one guy. What was his name? Charles Green.
Charles Freeman.
Charles Freeman. Charles Freeman was out there who was holding on to a tape for
19 years.
But as a matter of fact, how in the hell are you going to sit up there and hold on to what was deemed as CP for nearly 20 years? And you held on to it that long and you don't get charges? How is that even
What up,
possible?
Sippin'? Love Lives Here said prosecution giving immunity. Right. I guess in Chicago, everybody, it should be a homeless motherfucker in Chicago. If they know something about somebody who committing a crime or selling drugs, they can go get Section 8 and get off the street. If it ain't wintertime.
Hell, they're passing out immunity like it's Halloween candy.
I'm telling you, Chicago fucked all up. She said there was no audio in the tape. I know the tape I seen didn't have no audio. Now in 2022, the tape, they say you can hear the girl saying this 14-year-old PUSSY, but the girl on the stand said that she didn't have no sexual encounter with Robert until she was 15. But that's a whole nother ordeal. You know what I'm saying? But this appeal is gonna be and them people in New York shaking in their goddamn draw. Because once R. Kelly and David, like you said, R. Kelly gonna be the first person to beat the RICO, which he did.
He did it already, yeah.
He just beat the RICO in Chicago. The charges that he was charged for has nothing to do with the RICO part of this trial.
And see, the question is going to be, how is he going? You going to charge him for a RICO in New York, but then you have a federal trial in Chicago with some of the exact same charges, but he was found not guilty on those charges, but you charge him in New York.
Yep, in Chicago and in New York, he was on trial by his damn self. So how you get charged for a RICO in New York being on trial by yourself, but then you beat it in Chicago being on trial with two co-defendants? Make that make sense?
Right.
Something in this motherfucker, this math ain't mathing, right? Like the chick say, she was 20, she was 19, she was 18, and goddamn 99, but then she was 21. No, she was 17 in 99. No, she said
16.
She was 16 in 1999,
and in 2001 she became 21.
She was 21 in 2001. How the hell you go? How you get 5 years added to your life over a 2 year span, 3 year span? He didn't get charged for her, but he got charged for the girl that said he picked her up in a limousine, and she went to the airport and gave the people a passcode and got on the airplane. Make that make sense?
Man. Sound like she was a real call girl though.
Somebody, he said R. Kelly sped the process up when he went on TV acting crazy. R. Kelly wasn't acting crazy. R. Kelly did the same shit that Kanye West doing right now. He told the people, he called them goddamn people out and told them, y'all killing me. R. Kelly was talking, he wasn't talking to the public. He was talking to the motherfucking Jewish people that runs the goddamn music industry. R. Kelly know who he was talking to. They know who he was talking to. Shit. You gotta listen at it. The number 30. The number 30 was significant why he said that. I gave y'all 30 years. It was time for that man to get his shit back. They know that.
Yep.
When he said I gave y'all 30 years, he was telling them it's time for me to get my shit back. And now this is what y'all want to do? You go back and listen to the interview with Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson said it looked normal with Kanye, not with Kelly. In my opinion. I felt everything that R. Kelly was saying because the man knew that his goddamn life was on the line during that interview. He knew what was about to take place. The people had already told him what they was going to do. That's why he was acting that way. That's why his response was that way.
But he was telling the people, his fans, to use your brains. Think, man. Think.
And
You
what
know
I
what I'm
did,
saying? Don't
Sure
fall
did.
for this shit.
I
You know
pulled
what
up
I'm
a
saying?
video right after the Gayle King interview when they got the fucking women in Chicago really chained up in the goddamn houses, chained up the radiators. The man said it during the Gayle King interview. It really is women out here that's locked up and chained up in these abandoned houses and shit. The
They
man
set that
said
shit
during
right
the
up.
interview. Nobody paid attention to that. And then the next week, I dropped the video. The dude in Chicago found a young lady in a house on the south side of Chicago, goddamn chained up in a house for 2 weeks, chained to a radiator. That shit didn't even make the news.
So did.
Mm.
So did.
But R. Kelly can give these motherfucking females $5,000 a month, $60,000 a year, and then all of a sudden these females are getting restitution for lost earnings when they never even had a fucking job. Make it make sense. So I gotta pay y'all for being my woman.
Mm-hmm.
The only lifestyle y'all ever had was the lifestyle that I gave y'all. Why am I being punished for that?
Mm-hmm. And I like what Love Lives Here just said. What victim keeps in touch with their abuser for 20 years like family and testifies in court that she still loves him?
But then goes out the restitution. After you just invited this man, you put $10,000 on his book when he went to jail.
And plus, when your father died, you had him mentioned in the funeral program.
But if she was broke now, I wonder did the federal government give her the $10,000 to put on this book? Where'd she get the money from? If she homeless? How the hell can you give somebody $10,000 when you ain't got nowhere to live? Make that shit make sense. You gotta I need to know where you got that money from.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? This shit don't make no sense. But like I said, kellz, what I'm gonna say, if I was to have a real conversation with kellz, I would tell him, I would say, look, kellz, when the accusations came out about you and this young lady in 2001, she should have never came back to your house at all. I can't have you around me. Because if you listen to what Jennifer said, it kind of put it in a fucked up context. If you really just look at it. Oh, they went on to have a relationship on until her adult years. It should have never been a relationship after those accusations. You can't never fuck with this female, even if she's grown. The world is gonna look at it and say, well, then he's been messing with her before she was grown. Even though she's grown in 2001, after 2008, they say she lived with R. Kelly and his wife for 10 years after that. So now, I mean, I'm the one, if you accuse me of some shit like that, if I'm being accused of something like that with you, I got to separate myself from you as far as possible because I can't take the chance of this shit being brought up on me again. And now, even after everything you done for this female after this shit, she still come and sit on the stand and testify against you, all because her family has been caught up in stealing PPP loan money.
And it's very ironic the fact that she decided to testify only after her father passed.
And then asked for immunity for her whole family. So that means her brother, her mama, everybody who
was in on it.
Yeah, everybody who got the PPP loan, she asked for all of them to be forgave for stealing. It's a fucked up world out here, man.
It sure is. And I know they fucked up, boy. I wonder if they feel fucked up. I wonder, like, what really made them do this? Was they under pressure from the government? Was, I'm talking about, like, like real pressure. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I don't agree with this right here. I mean, everybody's entitled to their opinion. I don't think that R. Kelly thought that everyone with money was untouchable. R. Kelly never had money. People don't realize that R. Kelly never cherished money. If R. Kelly cherished the money, he wouldn't have been broke.
That
You know
makes sense.
what?
That
If
makes sense.
R. Kelly cared, if he thought it was about the money, people wouldn't have been able to steal over $200-300 million from this man that they took. Because guess what you doing? Every day you wake up, you checking your bank account. Who getting this? Who getting that? You know what I'm saying? Where is going? I'm missing $1 million. You know, R. Kelly never, I always say to me, I don't think R. Kelly never embraced the millionaire status. Look at the women he was dealing with. He never embraced that lifestyle. R. Kelly was one of them people that made it, and should have left the hood, but never realized how big he really was and stayed in the hood. And because of that, that shit came back to bite him in his ass in the end. Because you want to be real with your people. You want to be real with your people. You want to show your people, because most people that do reach superstardom, they do leave. But R. Kelly was still one of the few people that stayed on the South Side, you know, stayed in Chicago, stayed around, you know. And guess what? In the end, when it came down to people being there for him, I mean, you didn't see not one homeboy took the stand to testify on his behalf. But they went to the storage and got his shit.
Yep. That's true.
You know, now not one homie. If you listen to what Andrew Wyatt said, they tried to bring Mesereau in way before Jennifer came about. But he say his friends, they didn't like that idea. But y'all want y'all boy out. This y'all boy.
Mm-hmm.
Who don't want to get Mesereau? You know what I'm saying? R. Kelly allowed people that stole from him, fucked
also
over him.
make decisions for him.
He kept allowing them same people back into his life. When you hear somebody like Demetrius Smith say they would have killed Robert if he wouldn't have gave him some money, but then also say I went in his pocket and stole. Nigga, you ain't going in his pocket and saw $700 and you only took $2. Nigga, you probably took the whole $700.
Not to mention that credit card he had.
Used the credit card up, you know, bought his family furniture, all type of shit. Like money was never a thing with Kel. He gave it away so freely, man. Outside of what they were stealing. If people asked for $1 million, 9 times out of 10, they took 2. You know what I'm saying? If people asked for 50,000, they probably took 75. The man running out of gas in sports cars, and people gotta go get him offside the road. Because he don't got no money. Like the dude, even the cribs, he didn't even own the cribs that he was living in. Like at some point, you know, he probably reflecting back on all of this shit that he done done over his career and looking like, damn. Cause see, they kept him so busy, and when you busy, you stay. The busier you are, the less you have to reflect. So in these last 3 years, he probably looking back over the last 30 years and looking at a lot of shit from a different angle. Now he's being a spectator to his own life. Mm-hmm. And now he gonna look at shit and be like, damn, this shit was really, you know how some shit go on around you? You know how some shit go on around you and you don't catch it, that when it happened, you don't catch it. And then one day you find yourself just, you know, you thinking back on the situation and you like, damn, this shit went on right in front of my face. And I ain't realize it. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're not looking at people's intentions at the moment when the shit is going on, they might do some shit that you may not pay attention to. But then when you have that time to sit back and reflect and you really just give it, you know, you become a spectator, you're like, damn, they really did that whole ass shit. You know what I'm saying? Oh, this mother really tried me like this. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes when you are Kelly dealing with the people he dealt with, you know, he didn't look at them people to be enemies. You have to turn those friends and you have to look at those friends as if they was enemies to see their real intentions towards you. And now he's sitting back looking at his life like, damn, these motherfuckers really didn't care about me. Damn, ain't nobody showed up. None of these niggas I was paying for funerals, buying cars, putting their kids in school through school, sending their kids to private school, all type of shit. Ain't none of these people come down here and show up for me.
That's what that's how I just wonder, like, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. My fault, brother.
Nah, you good. You good.
But that's what Tip was talking about the other day. How did nobody in the community come help him with Charleston White, right? Did you see that?
I seen a little bit of what I ain't really see a lot. I just heard them going back and forth. But the thing like last week with Charleston White, he got caught in Dallas. At the same, it just Charleston, you can't move like you used to moving, because what you're doing is the same thing that Martin did, the same thing that Malcolm did, the same thing that Fred Hampton did. You trying to wake up a new regime, and guess what they gonna do? If a person on the streets don't kill you, the same people that you calling to come out and defend you is gonna be the ones that kill you. And that's me. And when I say that, I'm talking about the police. They don't want you to stop the flow. Right now, the highest paid industry is the goddamn jail and the funeral homes is making all the money. The pharmaceuticals, because these people out here dying off these. I just seen on the news the other day they seized 180,000 fentanyl pills in Bloomington, Minnesota. Enough pills to kill off a fifth of the population.
Yeah, they got that shit in the country real bad.
You see what I'm saying? See, Charleston White, you really, you doing a good thing, but you living in it. You doing this shit when it's set up. It's not set up for people like you to last long. So you have to do a lot of shit in a short time, like Tupac, right? You done a lot of shit in a short time because they coming. They coming. Them people coming.
So let me ask you this, Vi. So since the people coming, should he stop or should he keep going?
No, I mean you already made your move. So you gotta keep living in your truth at this point.
At this point.
You gotta keep living your truth, because either gonna be them people gonna get you, or it's gonna be a nigga that you trust. Because guess what? It wasn't the people that got Martin or Malcolm or Fred Hampton. It was the niggas that they trust.
But what about this, Vi? What if the Fred Hampton story didn't end like that? Right?
If it wouldn't end that way, we would have seen. No, I ain't gonna say we would have seen, because the biggest impact would have been in Chicago, right? If they never took Larry off the street, they never took my guy Jeff Ford off the street. Chicago wouldn't look like it look now. This is what happened. Just like in California, the Crips didn't get out of control until the leaders went into the prison, and then all of a sudden you see Crips killing Crips, Bloods killing Bloods. It wasn't like that. It wasn't intended to be that way. It wasn't the government. Even when I look back into the stories of what took place in Chicago, man, if Jeff Ford and goddamn Fred Hampton would have came together, the Peace Stones and the Black Rangers, do you understand the movement? You talking about a 1 million man march, a coalition, man. That shit would have been unstoppable. It wouldn't. If Jeff Ford and Fred Hampton come together, it leaves Larry Hoover no choice.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying my dream in this time right here is that don't nothing happen to Charleston. That we as a people wake up and realize that the enemy ain't us. It's the people who's promoting deaf music to us, that's promoting aborting, killing our babies. It's these people.
But Charleston himself gotta protect himself from self-destruction. And that means stop going on these platforms. Create your own platform. Stop dealing with Vlad. Stop going to these other networks, building these networks up, because these networks are gonna be a part of your setup.
Well, I mean, that is a possibility, but the other possibility is it might not end like we done seen it end in the past, man. This might be a whole new day.
Man, that shit I
You
seen him do
understand
the
what I'm
other
saying?
day, I like to think that way. But the shit he did the other day, I'm telling you,
Which
Dallas,
one? What is it?
I live in Texas right now, in the area he from.
Uh,
They are slanging that and it ain't getting the publicity like Chicago, but
yeah,
man, every single day, every
yeah,
morning,
yeah. I
it's
know they
on
gonna
the
play that
news.
out now.
This
I
dude,
know.
they ran down on him the other day,
Mm.
and he called the police and all this shit. Look, man, the more you do, and the bigger you become, you have to separate yourself from the places that you once was able to go to,
Well,
because
let me.
it ain't even about hate no more. It's
Mm,
about envy. When people
hmm
envy you, people will envy you, will kill you more than the person that hates you.
Let me ask you this, Big Vi, my fault. Do you think that a citizen should be able to say what the fuck they want to say?
Everybody,
Should your grandmama be able to say what the fuck she want to say without nobody coming busting her window out and feeling threatened of her life or your uncle life or whatever, man? The thing
yeah,
is, you
everybody should
have
be
the
able to
right.
say
And
it.
listen, if you have the right as a citizen of this country to say what you want to say, bro. Period. You held accountable for what you do. Now, you know what I'm saying? That's how a man is. Listen, it's not about what you say, it's about what you do. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? If you keep it talk, so,
I
so,
agree
so,
with that.
yeah,
I
so,
agree with you 100%. We on the same page,
right.
but I
So
do have a
all I'm saying, when you tell Charleston to stop, you got to realize Charleston is moving
he
as
can't
a
stop.
citizen, as a citizen. He not moving as a gangster, none of that. He moving like your uncle or somebody in America will move.
Right.
They able to say whatever they want to say about anybody, and they should be able to say it without threat or harm to them. You know what I'm saying?
You know,
Especially if they speak in
I
righteousness.
agree with that though. But that's just like a Crip saying, you know, fuck a slob, right? A Crip should be able to say what he want to say, right? A Blood should be able to say fuck a crab, right?
Well, hey, listen.
Uh,
If you playing in that lane, you know that once you start talking like that, then that's your world. But as a citizen, I'm not gonna be calling nobody no slob or no none of that.
hey,
Not as a citizen. I'm gonna be calling your ass a dirty ass gangbang or something, or the fucking people in front of my house. I'm not, I don't use the same jargon as somebody that's in that lane. So when criticism comes from the community, man, it shouldn't be no, shut the fuck up. We're gonna whoop your ass and kill you. No, that's the problem.
and like I
That's the
say, I don't
problem.
have a problem with Charleston speaking the way he speaks. Hear
Right.
me clear. I say Charleston has to change the way he moves. You can speak how you want to speak all ways, but if I'm not finna play Russian roulette with no motherfucker. So if I'm talking about these people, I'm trying to change the community. I'm bringing the policing into the community. I'm sitting here talking about this, that, and the third. Then guess what? And Charleston Smart. If you go back and listen to uh 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 Matulu and the other guy say when Charleston came to California, Charleston wasn't going nowhere in California unless he got with those guys and those guys took Charleston into the hood. Because Charleston know if he go in the hood speaking the way that he spoke, it's more than likely Charleston wouldn't have made it out the hood. And Charleston knew that. He said that. He said that. So I agree that he should be able to talk the way that he talked. But at the same time, David, we all know we ain't gotta live in that. We ain't gotta live in that world to speak our opinion. But guess what? We have to be willing to deal with what come behind it, though.
And he said it all the time. And the problem with black folks is a lot of us are afraid. And that's why he get all the support that he do from people behind the scenes, because he said a lot of things that black folks have been afraid to say. You know what I'm saying? And so that's his real support. So that's why he really can't be stopped at this point, because behind the scenes there's a lot of hurting mothers that appreciate Charleston championing them. They don't care nothing about these people on the internet.
Them other mothers don't care when Charles is saying fuck all these dead people either, though.
But
You get
at
what
the
I'm
same,
saying?
I
Just as
feel
much
you.
good as you doing, just as much good as you do. If you
But
doing just as much bad, then you know what I'm saying. If you doing
well,
just as much harm as you doing good,
I
then
say if Charleston was attacking somebody that was going to boot camp or somebody that was going to job corps, then we could say that. But if Charleston's main attack is gang bangers, rappers who promote death to our people, when they promote it, that's what he's saying all the time. These niggas talk reckless, disrespectful, talk on the dead, and can't nobody say nothing about them. Y'all gotta be crazy. So yeah, they're gonna be mad. Yeah. So it's like, if you come and you stop, if you come and you shut down a crack house, right? Who gonna be mad? The neighborhood or the crack dealers or the people that smoke the shit. So that's who mad. And that's who he fighting. He fighting the motherfuckers that don't have the best in mind for our people. All we is a dollar sign to them, a follower, a like, a stream. And all the time they are promoting this shit to the future. You know what I'm saying? Our kids gonna pick it up, or they gonna have to deal with people who pick it up. So we have to establish people like Charleston White for the future. So if they kill Charleston White, they ain't gonna do nothing but make a billion models of Charleston White. You know what I'm saying? They better leave the nigga alone. Just let him do what he's doing. You know what I'm
okay.
saying?
So if we were to take just after this, you can say something. So we can take if we were to take Charleston word and take Charleston for his words, right? Ain't no way that I can overlook with him saying, "Oh, I'm an advocate for raping and beating women," and then sit around and say, "Well, then I like what he doing when he talk about these rappers and this, that, and the third." But then you talk about the rappers talking about drugs and killing, but you say you advocate for beating and raping women. You feel like all women need to
No,
be beat. These
no.
his words now.
He didn't say all women. He said some of them. But here's the thing:
Why do you advocate for that though? How do you
one party,
advocate?
and Vibe Big Vibe. That's why you got Big Vibe P. Now you can do what you want to do on your channel. That's your right. But the difference between one party is that one party is on the line promoting death and destruction, and on offline actually going about doing it. And one party is online talking any old kind of reckless way, shock jocking, but offline he is actually helping children. So the difference is one person is bad on and offline, and one person is coming online exciting the bad motherfuckers so they can be recognized and spotted out and dealt with. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever he's doing. You know what I'm saying? But offline, he is still working in the community, and he making it cool to be active in your community.
Charleston don't work. Charleston don't work. I live in the same community, in the same city as Charleston White.
I heard that's a lie.
Charleston is not working in the community of Fort Worth no more.
Well, I'm going by his rhetoric. That's all I could do. I'm going by his rhetoric.
Now, he used to be advocating at the schools, but Charleston say he gave up on that because of, he felt as though, the kids wouldn't get nothing from it or whatever the situation may be. I'm not going to say he didn't do that when he first got out of prison. Yes, he did do that. But me living in Fort Worth, like with the shit that we hear going on around here, you don't see Charleston get caught in Dallas or in the strip club more than he get caught in Fort Worth.
Right. I mean, I don't know. I mean, like I say, I don't know nobody, Big Five. I'm online. I'm on YouTube. I'm just, following, spectating, and standing back from the picture. And I'm saying, I see from the very beginning, man, I actually got a video about it when he first came out. And he was talking about the white people that was saying they was Crips and how the Crips was allowing these different nationalities in that was helping them kill black folks. And that's when he got my attention. I'm like, damn, who was this nigga talking like this? You know what I'm saying? But then, when you on live, you have all these comments coming at you, and they all of them are not positive. You know that. And so when you answer, people coming at you with these comments and then you answering them back in kind, you sound crazy to motherfuckers that just might be just digging what you dropping. You know what I'm saying?
He used to crip before he changed his life around.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so even with that, like I used to crip, but you know, that goes like shit. Tookie Williams used to crip before he turned it around. But guess what? Did that help impact the change in the community? It was his impact had already been made.
Yeah,
So
but his change also impacted some people. Maybe not as much, but yeah, it impacted some people. You can believe that.
yeah.
You know
Oh
what I
yeah,
mean?
he showed it. Like I don't agree with they doing with Larry, because I believe if they let Larry Hoover out, I believe if they let Jeff out, that it would make a difference. But at the same time, you still got these younger generation that don't go by the same credence as the older generation. You know what I'm saying? See, the older gang bangers don't even want to be in the streets no more, because
Right,
these young dudes just don't give a damn. You know,
right.
and it goes back to like I used to say, I like on Scarface, like when he told old boy, like, you know, look, I'm not finna, you know, I'm not going against. He said, all I got is my word and my balls, and I ain't going against it for nothing. I'm not killing no woman or no child.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But now you got these new gang bangers. They killing people when they with their kids. I read the story in Chicago a while back when the dude was in the drive-thru at McDonald's, and these people knew that they watched this man pick his daughter up, put her in the car, driving his daughter to school, and go through the drive-thru at McDonald's. These people shot the car up,
Mm-hmm.
killed the little baby, didn't even kill the dude.
Yeah, I saw that.
Like, damn, like, well, I'm gonna let Dean speak. But I'm like, damn. Back in the day, kids and women were off limits, man.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, the only thing I was gonna say, like, I'm not gonna lie, a lot of people don't like everybody hate when I like Charleston White. The only thing that I would say about him, to me, he's a hypocrite, cause like you ain't start like disliking the Crips and the Bloods in Cali until they ran you up out of there and robbed. They were saying the reason why it went so sour with him. I mean, went so sour with him because they said when he was over there, it's like you gotta look at it. Where did your hatred come from? Because at a point you was fucking with them. He said out of his own mouth. So clearly it was something had to be done to him on why he don't like them. So it's like so basically you showing me you're a hypocrite. Cause it's like if you so much anti-crippin or blood or anti-bloods, you would have never went and go fuck with them people in the first place. But it's because they said he kept getting robbed out there, and when they ran him up out of there. Now all of a sudden that's where your dislike come from towards gangbangers. So it's like certain shit that don't make no sense to me.
How old are you?
For me, I'm
Mm-hmm.
27.
27. You ever been in the gang?
You said if I ever been in a gang?
Mm-hmm.
Facts.
You say you have?
Yeah.
All right. What age did you start gangbanging?
At 15.
Huh?
15 years old.
15. So you 27 now. Do you feel the same way you felt at 15?
No, of course not.
All right. So it's possible for you to grow out of being a youngster and young and wild and shit and seeing that what you believed in at one point in time is really not what it was.
Of course.
All right, so then you see young people coming up behind you and they following in the footsteps of you did at that age, and you telling them, no, man, like we do all the time, like us old school guys do all the time. No, shorty, don't go that way. It ain't really what it is. So even though, like, I was a vice lord, and I did my thing as a vice lord, and I stood on it,
Of course.
and so, but now, I tell my young guys, what I'm saying, listen, man, look, no, don't do it like that. Don't listen to him. Shorty, get your shit together. Woo, woo, woo. I could tell them that because I've been through that. You know what I'm saying?
That's a fact.
And it would appear to my guys who still misleading the young that I'm hating. You know what I'm saying? But I'm trying to say to you Now I'm gonna have issues with them because they just looking at the youngsters as a dollar sign. You feel me? And that's how it was when I was in the street. I had issues with particular guys that was just using the brothers, to get over for themselves. You feel me? So, and when you do that, you gonna appear like a hater to the ones that's saying like they about it, but all the time they just selfish. So you have to step back sometimes and look at the people that's coming back and see, what is he really saying that's wrong? You know what I mean? And
No,
then on the
now,
other,
Minister, I'm not saying he said. I'm not saying he
No,
said
that's what
nothing
I'm not
wrong.
saying. He's not saying nothing wrong
No,
either.
wrong. I'm just saying it do, but you got to sit there and look where I'm coming from. It look kind of hypocritical that you just because it's like you got to look at it. It's like, all right, you just were trying to mess with these dudes. You trying to be on their block, chilling with them everything, and until they choose to rob you and run you off the block, that's where your hate comes from. You get what I'm saying? And
but
it's not like
that's not
No,
what
see what he did. What he did was he said he went to California fucking with Melvin Foreman and them, the
right,
Crips. He
right.
came back to Dallas. He came back to Texas and talking about fucking Nipsey. And he talked about I talked about Ermias and this, that, and the third. Then he thought he was gonna be able to go back to California. And it was gonna be the same type of love, and thought people were gonna have an understanding for it. At the same time, some people may understand what you're trying to translate, but you still gonna have some people that ain't gonna give a damn about what you're trying to translate because they know Nip. They
Absolutely.
know Nipsey. So this is his whole thing. He want to kill the character and make people look at the person and look at what the person was doing. But everything that Nipsey did, as far as the technical institution and thing, he did that as Nipsey. Everybody knew about Nipsey doing this. You know what I'm saying? So,
But Aramis is the one who responsible.
But I can't come to Chicago right now. I can't come to Chicago, or I can't sit on my thing and become the most hated person. Talking about Michael Jordan, this, that, and the third, and then I come to Chicago on the same shit and thinking I'm gonna be able to just walk around just because I got a right to voice my opinion. Somebody ain't gonna.
No. We fighting for that. We don't really have that right. Black people really don't have that right. It's been taken from us, from everybody. So only way we get it back, really our voice was hip hop, but that's been taken from us by the people who own hip hop or rap. So, so and the gangs, they like bullies. You know what I'm saying? So black folks is fighting for the right to have a voice back now. So this is the seed that's being sown in this battle. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said if they do something to Charleston White, it's really gonna be implanted in people. You know what I'm saying? Because they fuck around and go.
Think that it start. I also think that it start in the households because, like for me, my experience. I tell people I'm from Louisiana, small ass dirt town in Louisiana. We didn't have Crip blood, none of that. We usually from this side of town to that side of town. Okay, fast forward into my life. I'm 17. I moved to Minnesota. When I get up here and meet my cousin, them, they Crips, they Stones, they everything. So now my cousin's telling me I moved on the south side of Minneapolis. That's predominantly Bloods, if you know anything about it. I'm like, damn. So, but my whole family, they soul, Mad Black Soul, they Stones, they Crips.
Yeah. I know about the soul.
You know what I'm saying? So when I go around my people, they like, what up, little cuz, this, that, and the third. So I had one of my cousins, and there's no lie. I put my hands on a stack of Bible. My cousin told me, like, look, little cuz, you're gonna have to get down with something. I'm like, what you mean getting down with something? You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to pick up on the language. Because where I'm from, we don't talk this way. He like, shit, man, you get down with the cuz, you're gonna have to be something. I'm like, he said, yeah, but dude told me, like, he handed me, he tried to hand me a little throwaway, like, shit, man, I don't need you to go doing this, I'm like,
Right.
I'm like, man, what the hell? Man, these people ain't did nothing to me. But if it wasn't for my upbringing, from my grandfather, my grandmother, who taught me to know who I was, I told my cousin, look, man, I appreciate it, but man, I just can't go do something to somebody who ain't done nothing to me. He say, look, cuz the streets ain't for you, then. I said, I ain't trying to be in the streets anyway, man. My grandma told my dad when I moved up here that I better make it back home. So what I look like coming to get in the street for? My dad, man, look, I can't let nothing happen to you while you up here, because if something happened to you, your grandma gonna kill me. So I understood, but a lot of these kids ain't getting told none of this shit at home. So now they going to the streets and letting the streets raise them. When you got OGs out here 25, 30 years old, they giving little dudes 15, 16-year-old weed, guns, all type of shit.
You got the blonde leading the blonde.
It's crazy. And that's why I like the fact if Charleston speaking on it, but Charleston, you got to protect yourself from yourself. If you get what I'm saying, you gotta speak, but you can no longer. You gotta understand, you can't go back into these hoods like you once could, because it's a damn fool everywhere. No matter where you go, somebody is looking at what you're doing. You are waking up the people. What Tupac was doing, waking up the people.
That's why I say I hope I man, and all of them died tragically. Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, all of them, Booker T. Washington, all of them died tragically, right?
Everybody.
So, and all I'm saying is my dream is that it don't happen this time. That don't nothing happen to Kanye. That we win. That our people really win this time. Because I feel like them people really is the people that's fighting for our people, even though we don't like the way they do it. Like like Bill Cartwright had this ugly ass shot. Bill Cartwright with the Bulls.
Facts.
Yeah, they say if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
It ain't broke. Hey, listen, we can't knock a nigga for how he shoot his dice, man. You know what I'm saying? You can't knock a nigga for how he shoot his dice, man. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I'm saying, bro. We got it bad. Well, we want to give successful people advice. They being very successful at what they doing. You know what I'm saying? They know they got family and that they got to be careful about their own life. They got to be careful about. They realizing their value to the people. The people realizing the value of people like this, and they surrounding these people also. I just wish for the first time in history, instead of our leaders getting killed, that they go on to be old men and contribute to our society until, 150, 1,000 years from now. I just want to win like that. I don't want to have another martyr. I want to have a living legend amongst us. And we all become, and we create living legends. You know what I'm saying? That's my dream. You feel me?
I believe Kanye have a little bit slighter more chance than longevity than Charleston.
Shit, Kanye the one that's more dangerous. He talk about Jews, nigga. Gee, you see they kept his bank account. Charleston down here talking about niggas.
Kanye got the money.
Exactly.
He got the money to goddamn stay out the way.
It's the same fight. It's different levels of the fight though. Like I say, Charleston down in the ghetto fighting with the niggas for the niggas and the blacks. Kanye up top fight for the niggas and the blacks. They're just the whole
up against the machine, goddamn.
Yeah, they both up against the machine, bro. They both. The music industry is a machine. That nigga is not rapping, he yapping. Tell it. I'ma call the police on you, gang banging ass, shooting ass niggas. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Shit. And then, I had a situation, man, where I had hired some cats, right? Some young cats, some young vice lords from where I'm from. You know what I'm saying? I'm feeling like, man, I'm going back, you know what I'm saying? Give it back, grab some niggas. And I had got some shirts printed up. Nah, they, I want to drop them off. And they was like, man, Joe, you don't never kick it with us, man. You just, man, soon work over with, man. You don't even mess with us, right? So that's my policy, man. And once we through working, what I got to hang out with you for? I got to go take care
Time
of
to
my
go.
family. You know
That's
what I'm
a
saying?
Yeah.
that's a fact though.
So I said, fuck it, man. I'm gonna go out here. So I go out there and they drinking this shit. These shorties, I don't know if niggas was off pills, and I don't even know what that shit looked like. You know what I'm saying? I'd be so far removed, right? I just know they be off all type of stuff. So shorty in the back seat of my car, he showed me a blicky, right?
Oh.
I ain't really tripping. We on the block, you know what I'm saying? Listen, we might need that little protection. I don't know what they got going on. Cool. All right. So as the crowd died down, because it was a few niggas out there when I got out there. As the crowd died down, I said, damn, these niggas gonna need a ride home. So I know they're gonna ask me for a ride. So as soon as I thought that shit, they like, man, Joe, dang. You know what I'm saying? Can you drop us over here, Joe? I'm like, Joe, this is no go. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Joe, I can't do that. You know what I'm saying, nigga? Because where we at, right, is hot as Beirut right there where we at. You feel me? Police are all over there. And then they want to ride through Afghanistan to get to Pakistan. You feel me? It's just, oh, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, no, sir, right? So, shut in the back. I call him finessive and aggressive. Finessive was a tall, young nigga. He was always popping at the girls. Like every stop where we're going to do a service call at, he'll come up with a chick. So I call him finessive. The other nigga was a big gorilla like nigga, you know what I'm saying? Handsome big nigga, but he was real aggressive. He'll ask me 1,000 questions, where you at, where we going, woo, woo, right, yeah. I'm like, God damn, you know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah,
so
right. Go to
anyway,
sleep.
right. so so Finesse in the back, he like, he taking the stance like, man, fuck what you talk about, like dig this. Joe, all you gotta do is go straight, turn this way, woo woo. So I'm like, no, nigga, no. Y'all gotta listen, y'all need an Uber or something, you know what I'm saying? In order for me to drop you off, I'm gonna have to go put that blicky down and I drop you off where you're going, you're gonna have to come back and get it. So with them, that was a no-go. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, man, yeah,
They
so
ain't
it's a
putting that
no-go with
pistol.
me, it's a no-go
Nah,
with y'all. You feel me? It's a no-go. So man, I actually got shot on this block, about 20 years ago. And so I'm having like thoughts about this shit.
Flashback.
This nigga behind
flashbacks,
me with
PTSD.
this pistol and he going back and forth with me. You know what I'm saying? So I get out the car, go use the bathroom, take a piss, right?
They
Come
took the
back, I'm
car.
like, no, hell no, they ain't gonna do that to me. They ain't gonna do that. Now, so so I say, man, Joe, uh, what y'all gonna do? Y'all gonna make me catch the bus? Cause we ain't going nowhere in that car. You feel me? So, dude, who had the pistol, he say, man, Joe, all you gotta do is go straight. He steady telling me how to get to where he going. I'm like, man, you know, I'm like, man, get the fuck out of my motherfucking car, man. You know what I'm saying? So, and I actually uttered them words before I even could catch him. You know what I'm saying? It was like, man, I didn't know what to say. I need the nigga to get out the car, know I ain't playing with him. So he jumped out the car. You're like, dang, who the fuck you think you talking to, nigga? Woo, I ain't your motherfucking kid. Woo, woo, woo. You know what I'm saying? So I was bagging up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn, nigga, you don't talk to me like, because you got that thing on you like that? He's like, nigga, I don't need this thing. Pass it to aggressive, right? I'm like, look, young nigga, I'm squaring up. I keep a little space in between us now. All I want is the nigga to get out the car. You feel me? All I want is the nigga to get out the car, baby. So I ain't really want to, because it's still a no win. Because if I dust him off, aggressive still got the pistol. You feel me?
Facts.
Aggressive ain't gonna let this go down like that. So like, I gotta maintain my manhood, and at the same time, kind of like live. It ain't like that, dog. Woo woo woo. You know what I'm saying? But once they came at me like that, We end up smoothing it out. I got him an Uber because I ain't gonna never back down on what I said, right? But just the fact that it went that far, we had to talk about that. And then the thing is, I'm an ex-con in the city. I can't even have no pistol. I ain't got no niggas, to go take care of no business for me. So it's like putting a nigga in the catch-22. You can't tell a nigga you ain't gonna take him nowhere. You can't say no because I'm saying, Joe. So I agree with what Charles is doing, man. And we need the motherfucking police because who gonna help me if I ain't got no pistol? I can't whoop these shorties. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? I gotta be able to tell shit. That's the only other option that a citizen has. And I'm not a gangster no more. I'm not a vice lord no more. I'm not a hood nigga no more. You feel me? So I just gave the whole thing for that right there, man. Just that spiel. I didn't know what to do after that.
I always tell any young nigga coming up, that shit is for the birds. Leave the gangs alone. It ain't gonna get you nowhere. You can't get a fucking pension out of it. It don't give you nothing.
Mm-hmm.
That's only end you up in two places. And that shit is just like, that shit is just whack now. Like, that shit ain't like, it's like, as I said, the blonde leading the blonde. Like, shit was gonna forever. And it's like, yo, I just seen recently, they had in New York, like, they had what you call it, like, I don't like to be disrespectful or try to make it a race thing, but it's like, yo, they had this white boy. I don't know if y'all seen his YouTube. It's called his name 1090 Jake. This shit called End of Sentence. He got a big YouTube channel. I'm not gonna lie, it's doing real good, whatever the case may be. But the fact is, it's like, yo, they had him outside with $100,000 jewelry on, chilling in the projects. But due to the fact that if it was a black man walking around, motherfuckers would have tried and wanted to rob him. So it's crazy that motherfuckers had a fucking white boy walking around the projects with $100,000 jewelry on just because he got a little fame and some clout. But if it was a black person with some fame and some clout and he had $100,000 jewelry, motherfuckers would have wanted to took his jewelry. And I'm just like, yo, that's crazy. Like the things we as black people do to each other.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that.
Telling you, J-Rock, this shit is all backwards. Like, this shit is crazy.
Seems like that's what they want to do. That's what they want, man. But we've been on here for a minute, man. But I gotta remind everybody of Charleston White before we get up out of here. You know, it was good talking to y'all, being back. The goddamn mouth of mine starting to. I ain't gonna take me a pain pill or something.
Oh yeah, I understand. Oh yeah, go ahead and do what you got to do, man. Because like I said, that dentist can literally be a pain in a. Well, in your case, the mouth. I was about to say somewhere lower, but
you going to the dentist tomorrow, Bob?
I already went yesterday.
It's crazy. I went yesterday too. That's crazy. I just went for a cleaning though.
I had to come out my pocket with some money.
Yeah.
It'll be about another what? About 4 or 5 months before I got to go back.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie.
I told the woman, I said, I hate this motherfucking dentist. You say, Mr. Sick? Are you sure? I hate the strong word. I know, and I mean it too. Last dentist I went to, I could have pulled a gun on them motherfuckers.
Wow.
They fucked me up.
The last dentist I went to, I could have kissed them. They helped me out. I was in so much pain, boy. People helped me out.
Yeah, they helped me out, but man, it was costly, man. I can't get on here and beg from my supporters and my subscribers. But I was glad I had the money to do it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Well, yeah, man. We just gonna have to pray that Kanye and Charleston just stay out the way of these people and keep talking.
Keep talking, man. Keep conversating. That's what's going to rule the nation, like he say all the time. Conversation rule the nation. As long as we talking and chopping up different ideas, different sources, it's a plethora of things that we can come up with. So I think it's going in a good way, man. I think the haters gonna hate. That's the only way you prepare to the stratosphere from the haters.
But one thing we know, they only gonna let us get so far. So we got to start picking up where the other person left off instead of starting our way back over.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But you know how we do it, fellas, man. I appreciate all y'all coming on here tonight.
Yeah.
Most definitely was a good. Most definitely was a good conversation. A good topic. We still waiting around the kellz appeal. We gonna be a minute, but I tell y'all, if they let this man out when that 5-year mark is up, we know what this shit was about.
Quick question, Bob. What you think they're gonna give him in is it January or February?
About another 10 years.
I think so too. I think he only gonna get him 10 to 15.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm gonna bring this up and see what I'm about to say. Now, keep in mind, I'm not a numerologist or anything like that, but I want you to think about something. His date for his sentencing in the Chicago trial is February 23rd, right?
Mm-hmm.
2023. Think about this. The 23rd day, 23rd year, 3 plus 3 is 6. The second month of the year, which is February, 2 plus 2 plus 2 also equals 6. So you got 2023, 2 plus 2 plus 3 is 7. 2 and 3, which is 23, is 5. That's 12. And 2 divided by 12 is also 6. 6, 6, 6. Fuck all them. Good night. You evil motherfuckers.
Mm-hmm.
Man. So I was here earlier I was just here bumping that I was just bumping Wild Kellz earlier. I'm just like, damn. I was playing If I Could Turn Back the Times Ahead. I think started tearing up. I'm just like, damn, they really took my boy. Like, this shit still don't feel real to me. Like,
but the thing is good, it don't feel real because we know the way that they went about it wasn't right. If they went about it the right way and found them guilty, then we will be able to deal with it. But the simple fact that we saw so much cricket shit go on, that's why this shit won't resonate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like watching a fight, watching a championship fight, and watching the people's champ win the fight, and then they give it to the other nigga. That's how it is watching this fight. We all know that R. Kelly should have beat both of those cases. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't real. The fact that they found him guilty ain't real. You know what I'm saying? That's why ain't nobody. We just waiting because this shit is gonna get overturned some type of way. Either at the Supreme Court, hopefully at the appellate court, but at the Supreme Court, most definitely.
I'm telling you, Jennifer, in that appeal, she got a really odd because they beat them conspiracies of the obstruction justice. That's the only reason why they brought the charges back. She got to really push that issue. Like, yo, my client barely beat the state case. Y'all only brought this back because Lisa Van Allen went and was telling them how like he fucking paid off the family, and it wasn't. Come to find out, it wasn't true. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, she really just got to really stand on that. So that could really make it even a. It's like, whether you want to believe he did it or not, he still won his case fairly. It's not like he cheated to get his case.
I got one question. Wasn't McDavid the one getting all the money?
No, he said him. They discovered him. They discovered Barry Hankerson, Demetrius Smith, Barry, Demetrius, Sparkle, Susan Logan, and Jim Derogatis. I don't know if Cheryl Mack name was
now,
there.
I'm talking about in the New York. She was the one that was on like they said she was handling his money in New York too.
Oh, in New York, but in Chicago, they said Barry, Demetrius, Sparkle, Susan Logan, and Jim Derogatis was responsible for the lawsuit scandals with these females.
With the help of Demetrius Smith.
With the help of Darryl McDavid and Demetrius Smith was the one who was going out recruiting the girls and sending them to Susan. And when Susan filed a lawsuit, she sent the shit to Darryl. Darryl signs off on it, send it back to Susan. They bust the money down, get a chick like whatever, 10, 15, 5, 10,000. And they bust the rest of it.
And she's the one that's allegedly supposed to be the one that been sexually abused, and they making more money.
You know what? I'm about to keep this 100. I'm gonna tell you right now, I do not at all believe that R. Kelly was involved with any underage women. I'm gonna tell you what this whole thing. I'm gonna tell you what this whole thing really is about to me, because R. Kelly kept saying he felt like. Didn't he say he felt like some of those women were being set? They was being set up.
Yeah, because you gotta look at it.
J-Rock, I'll be honest. The only one in my heart I felt like he was dealing with was Aaliyah. You heard what Isaiah Washington just said on the Vlad TV yesterday, or it was 2 days ago? He said Aaliyah was in full control of that situation. That's the only person I honestly felt like he was dealing with underage. Yeah. The rest of them, I feel like they all catch.
I don't feel like he was dealing with Aaliyah.
I don't think he was dealing with Aaliyah either. Because
if you listen to what Demetrius say before any of this, Demetrius said Darryl could have gave him $1 million and he would have shut the fuck up. So then he also bounced back. He come back and say, well, all of this shit was Barry's idea for them to use a marriage certificate as this is what they did with this man's career.
To keep him at bay.
They kept leverage over his head with this bullshit. Because if you look at it, why is he was charged for the girl that claimed he saw her limousine and flew her to Minnesota and back to Atlanta, this, that, and the third. If you go back to Aaliyah's situation, how the hell did Aaliyah fly to Chicago from Detroit by herself?
Right. Not only that, I'll take it a step further. Like I said, R. Kelly was on tour doing his 12-play tour in '94. When he had a concert, like I said, he had a concert in Lafayette, Louisiana. And Demetrius Smith talked about he called R. Kelly to talk about Leah was quote unquote in trouble. And that's why R. Kelly stopped his tour because R. Kelly was told that Aaliyah was in trouble, insinuating she was pregnant. And he did not stop his tour because of that call. He stopped it because of that fight he had, because of the altercation that his crew had in Lafayette, Louisiana. When he went back to Lafayette to meet with his lawyer.
Right.
Then when that happened, that's when somehow Aaliyah wound up in Chicago. Now, did R. Kelly wound up having contact with Aaliyah on his way back to Chicago? But then again, but who would have direct contact with Aaliyah? Barry would.
Barry and fucking Demetrius. So and why the hell would the minister give Demetrius the marriage certificate other than filing? Like, it ain't even a marriage if you don't put the shit on record. How did you give it to Demetrius? And he said that he testified that he gave it to Demetrius.
And the
You
fact
gotta
of the
make
matter is,
make sense.
every time the minister, normally after he handles the ceremony, he normally handles the marriage certificate and issues it to the state. Particular time he didn't.
This time he give it to Demetrius. And then
Right.
you hear Demetrius is the one who had the kid. Now, this is why Kellz said he feel like these women were being planted on him because Demetrius Smith is Tiffany Hawkins' baby daddy. And then she turns around and sue R. Kelly.
That's it.
Which
You
goes
for real?
right back, which goes right to the point I was about
Hold
to
up.
say.
Tiffany Hawkins is that's her baby.
He got her
father?
pregnant at 15 years old.
And see, and it goes right to the heart of what I was about to say, because I believe that Demetrius Smith was bringing in those underage girls, and he was sleeping with them.
He was sleeping with him.
And what
using R. Kelly's name to get with them.
He said, and what he told them girls, he said, look, I don't want to get in trouble, anything, but I'll tell you what, I can get you paid. I know this lawyer named Susan Loggins. So I can get you in touch with her, and we can file a case, and I can get you paid through a settlement.
And
so
then
if you tell on me, and I don't get in trouble, I can help you out. So one hand washes the other.
Yeah. Then make you ask. Then make you have to ask the question: what was any of these girls' parents? If they filing settlements, they got to be 18 to cash checks.
Exactly.
So how are they getting these checks and their parents had nothing to do with it?
Wow. You think about that.
Nah, that's a fact.
So a lot of this shit, R. Kelly wasn't lying. He knew a lot of this shit that was going on, but he felt as though if he kept quiet, the shit would stay under wraps. But him keeping quiet and not calling these people out and exposing them is what caused him for all this shit to come back in his life and make it look like he's guilty. I would have called their ass out.
They played his dyslexia as an advantage against him. Because anyhow that man knew how to read, write, or even add, none of this would have been going on. But
which is another reason why they want to separating R. Kelly and Aaliyah, because Aaliyah was actually teaching R. Kelly how to read on the low, and Barry found out about it and got pissed.
That made perfect.
I hope you know found out how to read it right and count up in that motherfucker.
Oh, he getting it. He getting it. One thing about it in jail, you gotta learn. Cause they gonna put your ass in them books because you ain't gonna have shit else to do.
I got one more question.
Freeway Rick Ross, the same. He said he was dyslexic too. He said there's a lot of people in prison. When I was in prison, there's a lot of people that don't know how to read or write. It's really common in there. Like you'll be surprised.
Has anybody written him right here on this panel?
I haven't, but I've been meaning to, so I think I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna try to write something. I just didn't know when the
Yeah, I stayed out the way because that PI and them motherfuckers was blocking certain mail, what mail he could get, what mail he couldn't get. Like it was a lot. Man, this man had so much controversy around being locked up than anybody I ever known.
Ever in my life.
Never seen no shit like this.
His whole
Jeffrey Dahmer didn't even have nothing like that. And he had a whole damn series recently.
Not Jeffrey Dahmer's being celebrated all through our social media. That's crazy.
Listen, he got a bun. I heard somebody say the man got a bun, bro. And he was killing and eating people. And they didn't even give R. Kelly no bun, dog. And he ain't killed nobody.
No criminal record.
And R. Kelly had no criminal record. That was criminal record. Part.
Man, this is the man. I'm telling you, boy. You know, only
I be telling people if he never had that New York case, he'd have got that bond. Because the judge in Chicago, they was gonna give him bond on that case for Chicago. But you know, with a RICO case, I never really hit nobody give.
Now the truth is this: if Don Russell wouldn't have never called in that fucking gun threat to surviving R. Kelly, that's what they use. They use the gun threat to pick him up.
I swear,
Then not only the gun threat then followed by blowing up the goddamn car And then the motherfucker that blew up the car so stupid, he done got gas on his own self, and then he realized that damn near burnt himself up. Like,
Who did
come on,
that?
man.
Who
guy,
did that?
some guy
Richard Arline, was it Richard Arline or one of them, whichever one that burnt the car up in Florida?
he burnt Azrael and them people's car up.
Rental car, and then it was a rental car. Wasn't even their car.
So what they act like he was a crazy R. Kelly fan, and so now
Yeah.
No. They ain't act like that. They said
They
that was
did.
his associate.
That was his associate. They tied him. And come to find out that was Cass Jones.
He ain't have nothing to do with them. Like,
yep.
that was Cass Jones' cousin or something like that.
Yeah.
He said.
Man. Boy, R. Kelly got the rawest deal I ever seen in my life, man. I'm telling you, man.
But see, I heard what you call it. Allegedly, they had offered him a global plea where everything
10 years.
and he got it on 3 to 10 years basically. I know probably now, I'm not gonna lie, I know my boy probably like he probably
You don't take that plea. You don't take that plea.
I'm not taking it. Well, I'm just saying, certain people probably be in the back of their mind probably like,
shit, what Bill Cosby told them motherfuckers.
Bill Cosby said, I'll do all them 10 years.
I'll do all them years, man.
Bill with a plea. You just admit that you did this. Bill say, shit, I'm already in here, shit. I'll sit it out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
When you know you're innocent, that's why I say, man, Kellz know that he's innocent. Because a guilty motherfucker ain't finna play with these people in trial.
No, they not. They not, man. And if he was guilty, I really, man, if he was guilty, it seemed like they would not have to do nearly all of the bullshit they did.
Right. Everything will be laid out. Everything would have been laid out.
Because the main thing is, if he was as guilty as they say, the truth would be able to stand alone.
Man.
Need no help.
Mm-hmm.
Every single woman that got on the stand got caught up in lies. Every single one. Everyone. Not one told the goddamn truth.
See, my thing is, I'm not gonna say, all right, your story, like little things you won't forget and misplace, but it's certain key details that I'm in my head like, hell no, you couldn't have forgot that. If this man was such Lucifer and did all these crazy things to y'all, I'm going to sit there and remember that shit 40, 50 years later.
Hell no, you don't forget trauma.
Soon as I see his ass on the stands, I probably ran out and be like, Just like you saw the guy, saw the guy in Jeffrey Dahmer. Soon as when the cop asked him, you want to come back in that apartment? He said, hell no. He said, y'all going there. I ain't going back in there. That's what real trauma is.
You don't forget trauma, man.
That's real trauma.
You hear what David just said? He said, shit, I got shot on that block 20 years ago. David knew one thing. He didn't want to get shot on that block no more.
No more, baby.
It's real though. He ain't lying.
And the only person that looked like they had any kind of trauma was Lisa Van Allen when the marshals had to go get her to come back to court.
Hey man, you took J-Rock be on it.
Because she didn't want to testify no more.
Yeah,
she said Jennifer was up. Oh, Brentley had gave her ass the 411. They say you got Jennifer tomorrow. She said, shit, I'm calling off PTO, prepare the others. She tried to use PTO in court.
Yeah, PTO. I want to use my sick days. You ain't use no sick days. You want no damn jury? And you testify? You ain't got no sick days. Hell.
I'm telling you, anyhow Kellz knew how to read, I guarantee you he would have been the first billionaire. Because nobody, other than Birdman, ain't nobody can say in music history that they generated the money that R. Kelly generated and Michael Jackson. Them three people, they generated money. Like Kellz was getting 100,000 a verse in 1994. They said. So the price only kept going up.
Shit, he probably getting $1 million for a song.
At a point, Kellz was getting $1 million, $2 million a show. Just recently, before he got knocked, he was getting 500,000 a show. That's why I'm just in my head like, yo, ain't no way How? Like you, the only way he could be broke is them people stealing from him. Ain't no way you just spend all that money by yourself.
Then he getting sued, man. The man, they booking these shows. He not showing up, but they getting these advances up front. Then he not show up, then guess who gets sued? R. Kelly the brand.
Right.
And they was booking shows on the man goddamn every week. He didn't know nothing about the show.
And I already got proof of
fake R. Kelly.
And I've already proved to you about 3 of them.
They had a fake
shows that I know about.
I'm telling
they want this nigga to perform so bad, they got a fake R. Kelly to show up.
I'm telling you, Barry and them, they were smart. They knew exactly what they was doing.
I ain't gonna say they was smart.
What they did was
they had the right person.
What they did was they put a halt at his career at the right time. Because right after TP2, kellz was on a different stratosphere. I remember that as a kid. When he dropped TP2.com, you know J-Rock, he was in a different level. He had, and that was at the time when bootlegging was crazy. He went 4 times platinum on TP2.com.
He went crazy. He went crazy during the 2008 trial when he dropped Chocolate Factory, Remix Ignition. Man, that shit went so crazy.
Kelly
that shit went so crazy. Sony,
that man dropped about 4 albums in 4 years. Yeah, Chocolate Factory came out 2003. Happy People, You Saved Me. TP3 Reloaded and Double Up. 4 albums in 4 years.
And they leaked
Each of them went platinum or multi-platinum.
And they leaked Love Land.
And goddamn, and Sony came. He say Sony, the record label came running back, telling we gotta do photo shoots, we gotta do videos. But them motherfuckers, that's why I told people they need to stop saying that Sony supported this man during the first trial because they didn't. They saw the money he was generating and then they ran their ass back.
I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, if kellz had put out a garbage track at that time, the labels would have fully said, yeah, get your ass out of here. But the fact that he came with Ignition, when he came with that, they was like, nah. This man is different. In the midst of a man allegedly on tape pissing on a kid, and you could still hit number 1 and then peak number 2 at the Hot 100 Billboard. You know he was different.
Yeah, man, dude. He. But sometimes, like you say. One thing I always tell my granddaddy, tell me, in life, sometimes your gift can be your curse. But if you can outlast the curse, then guess what? You'll be able to live amongst your gift. But you got to be able to overcome the curse. You know what I'm saying? So if kellz, when he overcome this curse that he's in right now, then guess what? Then he'll live in his gift and he will be free from all of these evil spirits. Demonic ass people, these thieves, killers, whatever, dope fiends, as in your boy Demetrius Smith. What you were? He gonna ask, did you read my book? He want to keep going back to chapter 7. What is chapter 7 about, Demetrius? Oh, that's when I was smoking dope.
Demetrius Smith is a clown. A clown.
Boy, he loved chapter 7. What was chapter 7 about, Demetrius? Oh, I was smoking dope then.
He was a clown.
Boy, Demetrius Smith, man.
I'm telling you, I tell people, I don't care what nobody say. We ain't gonna never get another R. Kelly. So motherfuckers should be cherishing every last bit. That's like I say, you ain't gonna get another LeBron James. You ain't gonna get another Michael Jordan.
No, especially when you got motherfuckers out here like Genuine doing the shit he doing. He needs to come on stage. He needs to come on stage with a wheelchair, man.
Yo, Big Boy, you saw what Young Jock said today on Black TV. He said, he said, Usher. He said, if R. Kelly was out right now, you wouldn't be able to be calling yourself the King R&B. Right. And it irks my nerves that people are with the disrespect. I'm like, yo, not for nothing.
R. Kelly, yo, people don't get people like this is what people I don't feel like people really get. Everybody R. Kelly wrote for. We talking about Sparkle changing faces, like his brand new artists. He blew like even Aaliyah, he blew them up. He blew them up, and once he left, he
breathed new life and breathing new life into the Isley Brothers and Charlie Wilson.
Exactly.
Now this nigga, I run out of time about the plug. You know I got it.
and that's kellz. He wrote
that's kellz shit.
He wrote. He took. I was like, yo, don't get me wrong. He did the Family and Friends good, but his wasn't better than kellz. Kell's Family and Friends was way better.
What do you say? You want to talk about the plug? You know I got it. Ron, I ain't shit working in your plug right now, man. You know what I'm saying? And your plug ain't working, Ron.
Yeah,
but you know, kellz created longevity, man. Yeah. And like you say, man, it wouldn't be all of this. Like I can accept this shit if they came after this man and made it clear. If they would have had a public, if this shit would have been on court TV, the whole world would feel differently about R. Kelly.
Facts. It gets
because they would have got a lot of people, even when they read these transcripts, they not reading it from an unbiased perspective. They reading it to see what he did. They not reading it to see if he was innocent. You know. So if they would have played this shit on court TV, on public TV for everybody to see, like everybody watched the OJ verdict, everybody watched the Michael Jackson verdict, why didn't everybody get to watch the R. Kelly trial? And compare the trial to the documentary? Because they knew they had put a lot of bullshit out into the world. And if the court case did not match the documentary, then the documentary has no value.
Right. They tried R. Kelly in the court of public opinion.
They only brought him up on charges because allegedly what they say, a lady from Homeland Security watched the docuseries and said, we got to bring this man up on charges. And the key witness. So you mean to tell me if that lady didn't watch Homeland Security, this man would have still been out? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, the key witness in that case, Lisa Van Allen, got found not to be credible for the second time.
Mm-hmm. And also,
she didn't even participate in the New York trial because they knew she wasn't credible, but they brought her back in Chicago for the second time. And she got found not to be credible.
And also on top of that, the woman from Homeland Security was supposedly had a working relationship with Angelo Clary.
Kim Blow? Yeah, she was over the record label or some shit that he was signed trying to get his daughter on.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, that's ridiculous.
How is it possible? How is it possible that all these different factors could be
all connected? All connected.
All connected.
Hold on, Lo.
And see, and then it gets even wilder since now the story coming out about Barry getting that $90 million insurance policy.
Shout out to Matulu Ma for telling Barry got that $90 million off Aaliyah and they partied, smoked dope and everything.
Yeah, and everybody was talking about well that was an insurance policy that they probably had years ago. No, that policy came up 5 days before her death.
Yeah, he did that 5 days before her death. The same thing Empire just did with Mo 3, King Von, and all of the rest of them motherfuckers.
Young Dolph.
You get paid off of the potential earnings, man.
People be acting like what you call it, like these people like these people won't profit off of their death. Nah, that shit is really real, bro. They probably in their head like, man, I
so
need
why
that
you think they killed? Why you think they killed R. Kelly then? I mean, I guess because he ain't signed the Empire.
You know, it's the thing. Why don't people kill R. Kelly?
So yeah.
Because they know
they want that. They want that catalog.
They got the catalog. But if he goes 5 years, you gotta go to Senator Sane page on YouTube. He breaks this shit down. Every 30 years, the artist is due to inquire their masters back. You got a window, a 5-year window from that 30 year to that 35th year to put in to inquire for your masters back. If you miss that window, then guess what? You gotta wait a whole another 30 years again. Right. So he been locked up 3 years. So if he get out after 2 more years, then we gonna understand that this shit was about. It was never about these women. It was about him.
Come on, bro. We know it ain't about the women.
Oh, well, of course we
about
know
the
that.
money, right?
Yeah, that's what we know that. We know that it's not about these women. Because as soon as he came out and started inquiring, when he went to the bank and realized he didn't have no bread, he started inquiring about his masters. He said no, he wanted to go get his masters back. He spoke about getting his publishing back first.
No.
Then
he do got some of his publishing because that's how he still.
Yeah, because that's what I'm saying. He was speaking about getting his publishing back completely. And getting his masters back. Now they talked about him signing these contracts in a time he didn't know what he was reading. Mm-hmm. So that's why
it wasn't him who was signing the contract, right?
But you got to understand this. Steve Greenberg had been around R. Kelly camp way before these charges ever came. Greenberg didn't come when these charges arrived. Greenberg was already there investigating the money. That's why Don Russell was so pissed at Greenberg and wanted Greenberg out, because they had been investigating the money and trying to see where was the money going, because his royalties weren't even going to his account.
Yeah, and if you take a look at what Barry Hankerson was involved in regards to with Aaliyah, my whole thing with that was, you come out, have that policy allegedly came out, which was $90 million, yet you make the deal with Empire. Barry didn't start making noise about Aaliyah and her publishing and keeping Aaliyah's legacy alive until this whole situation with R. Kelly came up. Then that was the perfect time for him to start bringing up Aaliyah again. Because all of this was time. Because all of this was pre-planned. All this was executed because he knew once the trouble with R. Kelly came up again, then the question about Aaliyah was gonna come up. Then Barry said, "You know what? I think it's about time to reintroduce Aaliyah's legacy to the world."
Mm-hmm. It was all orchestrated. Just go back and listen to the Travis Smiley interview. Travis Smiley, when R. Kelly told him they didn't want him putting out music and this and the third. So, but he went against everybody telling him not to put music out, and he put out music anyway, because he said, just like a soldier in the midst of a war, why would you put down your weapon? He said, my weapon is my voice, so why would I stop singing? You see what I'm saying? So they went from 2001 all the way until now, figuring out how could we silence him. And that's when they came out with the Mute R. Kelly, the Me Too. They standing out in front of his show. They silenced him and made everybody back away from him and isolated him from all of the financial backing to where they can do what they did. They knew that they couldn't allow him to be out because he was gonna put out that 12-play fourth quarter, and boy, the world was gonna forget all about these charges.
Right. But also the thing is, what they really ain't like, what people don't know, he wasn't gonna put it out under Sony. He was gonna put it out.
Right. Like, the same thing Michael Jackson said.
And they didn't like that neither.
Yep.
Because not for nothing, if you notice, when have we ever seen R. Kelly went so long without even dropping an album? His last album came in 2016. He wasn't really rocking with Sony at that time. And I hate how they push this narrative that R. Kelly has been dropped by Sony. No, R. Kelly he wanted to part ways with Sony. So it was like these things came out. So now it was RCA. Like exactly.
It was more so RCA and RCA.
For RCA under Sony.
Yeah. And RCA also managed they managed Sam Cooke, and when Sam Cooke wanted to get rid of their ass, they ended up killing Sam Cooke.
And see, that's the point, because see, the whole thing about that was, see, Sony never dropped R. Kelly. Sony only wanted to make people think
exactly.
that they
That's a
dropped
fact.
R. Kelly.
It was a mutual walkaway.
And Michael Jackson said the same shit. Michael Jackson said he owed this Sony 2 more songs. He said I owe them 2 more songs. And there's matter of fact, who's the HN Newsroom? One of them just did the shit. They showed the when Michael Jackson talked about Sony when he was at an award show. He said I owe them 2 more songs. He was talking about whoever this guy was. He married Mariah Carey back in the day.
Tommy Mottola.
Tommy Mottola. Michael Jackson said that's the monster. He said that's a monster. He's the most evil person I know.
Right.
He's a devil, quote unquote.
That's what Michael Jackson said about this guy. And then he said,
and then that's when all the static started happening with Mike, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, from that point on. Making that
They-
statement. So
they
Mike
wanted,
said,
see, the thing is, they wanted. Remember,
they
Michael
wanted
had
the
that
Beatles.
Eminem. He had the Eminem catalog. He had Paul McCartney's catalog. He had the
Man.
Beatles, and he had Elvis.
He
And
had
they was
50%. He owned 50% of Sony.
Yeah.
He owned Michael Jackson, a black man, owned 50% of Sony, sole purpose because they wanted their Beatles catalog from him. He was on set, like nobody tell a story like Eddie Griffin. He say, I'm gonna tell you how bad Michael Jackson is. He said Michael Jackson so bad. He said this motherfucker bought the Beatles while on set with the Beatles.
He
Say
said,
Paul
he said-
McCartney come
he
up
said-
to him and say, "You can't
said
buy
that-
Beatles. You can't buy Beatles." Say Michael Jackson say they asked for 60. I gave them
He said, I get him
65.
70. Yeah.
Say
I'm
Paul
telling you.
McCartney was so pissed off.
See, at
And
that
they wanted
at that time, publishing people didn't know catalogs and all the whole publishing. That's where the money was. Even the labels didn't really even know that. That's why they sold it to Michael. It was like, word, 60 million. And then now as time progressed, they wanted it back. And Michael was like, nah.
No, and Mike died. You know how much? Now listen, he gave them 65 million for their catalog, plus his shit. Guess how much Sony gave Michael Jackson kids for all of this shit? $500 million.
You know the thing too. Michael had owed a lot of money, and then the thing was, on his last tour, somehow he got everybody to fund it. Like somebody was gonna fund the whole thing, the tour, and he was gonna just do one last tour to pay back everything he owed. I think so. What owed Sony, because he did owe them a lot of money, but he was gonna do everything and pay them back, and then he was supposed to make like another. When he said after he finished paying them back, he was supposed to make around like 300-400 million in his own pocket, and Sony ain't like that. They was
When I go
like,
Sir
nah.
Miguel back, Sir say when Sony bought back, bought his estate, gave the kids 500 million for it. Now it's worth 2 billion plus.
Yeah, thanks. He's the highest generated artist every artist every year. They say that man generates like no funny shit like 100 million easy every year, and that's why it's gonna be the same thing with R. Kelly passed. Watch how R. Kelly's estate is gonna be some crazy number. I'm telling you,
And that's why
there's
the
gonna be
damn
a point
wife
where
so stupid. Because how
Facts,
you
it's gonna-
turn the fucking kids away from their daddy when the kids is the only people left that could even get anything that this man is even worth? It's the kids.
They probably threatened to kill the children or something, man. It got to be
Man,
something like
She
real
mad, man, because she ain't no part of that shit no more. That's all that is. She mad because she walked away and she ain't entitled to shit. So you want your kids to feel the same way you feel. But now your kids is pissed at you because they are starting to realize a lot of this shit that was being said about their dad. And now they hearing that their mama was the one who was really putting hands on these women.
Yeah, and the messed up part about it, she's still on tour doing speaking engagements. She got a speaking
J-Rock, you see
engagement
that?
in it. She got a speaking. Matter of fact, this chick got a speaking engagement in Atlanta next week.
She
was supposed to be speaking to domestic violence victims at some spot in Atlanta next Saturday.
She's
sad
a clown,
part.
yo.
Why do people? I'm like, how is she even still able to go around and do all this shit? And she was the one who was being in court. They said that the wife was abusing them.
That's a damn good question. But the
audacity. They try to push this narrative that he brainwashed her and them to be doing this. They would have never been. Their whole thing is he would have never been doing this if he had brainwashed them. I'm like, this is ridiculous.
You couldn't brainwash those. You couldn't brainwash those 304s if you had Ajax, Comet, Mr. Clean, or Lysol.
Yeah, Sony bought out Mike the half that Mike owed them. Sony bought that out. They bought him out of it and bought the whole estate back, man. But every time Usher, every time Beyonce, any of them made a song, Mike was getting paid, man.
I'm telling you, watch what you call it. 10 years from now, everything blows over. They're gonna throw R. Kelly's music in damn near every freaking movie that comes out, and then the fucking record label's gonna reap the benefits of his music.
But see, that just go back to where I was telling people, like a lot of people talking about this shit, where I was telling people that, you know, there is a reason why Tupac put his first album out under his own record label. And everybody thinking that we all been thinking, you know, we always told about the shit with Death Row. Man, that shit was just a partnership. Death Row really didn't. It was Interscope that owned Tupac material. Really was Interscope. Death Row Records was just a goddamn partnership. He gave them 3 albums the first year he got out. He had a 3-album deal with them. Gave them 3 albums. It was time for him to move on. But Tupac was one of the ones, like we talk about. You know, he had a voice, and his voice was talking about Brenda Got a Baby. His voice was talking about a lot of this shit. A new uprising, a new king. They named him the new chairman of the Black Panthers. Like shit, we gotta get rid of you, man.
And when he signed that deal on Death Row, you really, even though he said he had a 3-album deal, you had to believe that All Eyes on Me really met the obligation of Death Row, because All Eyes on Me sold between at least 8 million copies.
Yeah, he over exceeded. That's just like with 50 Cent. Get Rich or Die Trying over exceeded what they thought it was gonna do.
Get Rich or Die Trying sold 12 million worldwide, and right now it's at 9 million in the US.
Mm-hmm.
That album.
And when Biggie's album died, and when Biggie died, his second album, Life After Death, I think he sold about 9 million on that, 9 to 10 million.
And it's crazy when Get Rich or Die Trying came out. Get Rich or Die Trying and Chocolate Factory came out the same day, and kellz had beat 50, but 50 beat kellz in the long run. Because Chocolate Factory right now is at like 3 million, 4 million.
Ain't it crazy that all Puff Daddy biggest stars is dead,
drug addicts, or they
but the last one he talking about Mace,
they all ran to some form of religion. It's crazy.
Yeah,
he getting on Breakfast Club talking about he ain't do nothing wrong. I'm like, this man is really the devil.
Man, that's what I was thinking.
Man, he talked about Mace being a pastor and all type of shit the other day. I heard him on song. I said,
but not Big Bob. They did say Mace became a pastor to reap the benefits financially. A lot of people did say that. I'm not.
But why they ain't talking about the other bishop out here that robbed his damn self going to church?
Facts.
I mean,
you know the funny part is my right hand man, my best friend. That's his cousin.
This nigga robbed himself. He getting robbed in church. You gotta tell the congregation, all right, y'all, I'm getting robbed.
Even his own cousin, my best friend, said, I'm not gonna lie. He said his cousin be doing greaseball shit.
Hey, David, that about
Yeah.
come in the store with a gun, say everybody on the ground.
Yeah. He
What
picked
happened?
They come to church with a gun. He got to tell the congregation he getting robbed. Hey, y'all, I'm getting robbed.
It's kind of rough right there.
Yeah. You know what's so strange? You know what's so strange about this whole thing? I mean, everybody talking about how great a producer Puffy was and this, that, and the third, but
J-Rock, he ain't all of his great songs that he produced was remakes.
Basically, but
they were all great songs already. He just remade the songs. Like I'm like,
right.
A great producer is like kellz, Teddy Riley. Those are great producers.
I totally agree with you. I'm not disagreeing at all with what you're saying.
I'm just saying. I already know.
But you know what? The thing that gets me is, like you said, if you look at Biggie passed away, Mace with Religion, 112 stuck around for a minute, and they kind of faded away slowly but surely. Total faded out. Then
Farnsworth had the longest lasting career around Diddy, and he fell out with Diddy.
Mm-hmm.
Craig Mack was supposed to be a huge thing, and then he wound up.
But when Biggie came out with that verse on Flavor, that changed all that. And but I remember Puffy wound up producing. Because see, New Edition collectively hadn't had an album together for nearly 20 years. And the last one that they did was that One Love album, which just so happened to be under Bad Boy, which Puffy was supposed to was executive producer on that album. Now this is New Edition. This is the modern day. This is our generation's Temptations, basically. Now, I've said this before, and I'm gonna say it again. If R. Kelly would have got a hold to New Edition, I have absolutely no doubt that album, if R. Kelly would have done 3 tracks on that album, it may have been the hottest New Edition record since Any Heartbreak.
Right.
Because he already produced and wrote a song for Johnny Gill, so he already know them. So you'll know Johnny Gill, because Johnny Gill would have been the plug to New Edition.
Right.
And they already know his track record on how he worked. And if he could do what he did for the Isley Brothers and do what he did for Charlie Wilson, he could do what he did. Imagine the work he could do with New Edition.
They say he got Charlie Wilson out the crack house. Charlie told me, "Hey man, I'm leaving my pipe."
Charlie went looking for him. Charlie went to Chicago saying, look,
hey,
I'm tired of taking this one hit. I need to get this other hit. I need to find R. Kelly.
Man, kellz revive so many
last
niggas.
name Wilson.
They need to make him life support, man. R. Kelly life support.
Right. It's just really crazy to me. Imagine kellz right now. You gave kellz her, Ella May, or fucking or Summer Walker. Oh my gosh, man!
Man, you got a hit for Michael. Michael Jackson got to come to you for a hit.
Right.
Not goddamn Charlie Wilson, Ron Isley. Michael Jackson has to come to you.
Mm-hmm. And not only did he come to him, when R. Kelly had the song prepped for him, he didn't change one word.
Right. They said Michael usually would change things around. They said, Michael said, I want it just like that.
And then he had kellz doing background vocals on the song with him.
See, that alone was and I'll tell you something else. I read this from somewhere. Too bad he locked up right now, because I know he would have done wonders for this artist. Sade's trying to come out with a new album. And since he's so good at breathing new life into old legends, if R. Kelly would link up with Sade, boy, you talk about she'll have a new you talking about resurrected her career too. Right.
Man, Kellz got that can, man. He need to do just a live stream on platform where he can get all of his money, and just do like a 3-4 hour concert, just his music playing. Goddamn me, these people wouldn't be accessible to me no more.
No, it wouldn't be accessible. But I tell you, I would be thinking about, since everybody like to make money or make some type of come up off my name, I'd do a versus battle and take on all comers.
Hell no, I'd do a versus R. Kelly versus Robert. I'd do R. Kelly versus
the Pied Piper
versus the Pied Piper. And this be the first versus this dude can really versus himself.
I said
that so many genres.
You could do Kellz with the fade, Kellz with the ball head.
He got so many genres.
Then you got Kellz with the haircut, and then Kellz back to the ball head. Like,
man, you got the 90s, the 2000, early 2000s, late 2000s. You got, man, it's crazy.
And Bob, people forgetting that Kellz took off a good 2-3 years to go play basketball. People forgot about that. He said, I gave y'all enough time to catch up, and y'all still couldn't catch up.
Dude was before his time, man. He's a once in a lifetime talent, man. Especially to have the deficiencies that he have and able to do what he do on the level that he do it on. Like, man, that's like, to give you that level of creativity, bro. That it's only God.
R. Kelly took 3 years before he came out with a new album, because his self-titled, the third album, came out November of 1995. And exactly 3 years later, November of 98, he comes out with the R double album. So Dean is not necessarily wrong, because he started playing ball around the end of 96, 97?
Yeah, 97, something like that.
When he started playing, when he played at the USBL?
Yeah.
So he was playing basketball during that time. Only thing he was really doing was writing and producing for other people, because he did it for Changing Faces. He did it for he had done the Ozzy Brothers album. He also had Sparkle's first album that was coming out, and the work he done, because he was eating off I Believe I Could Fly alone for a minute.
Right.
But that Mr. Big, boy, that Mr. Big shit was crazy, man. That Mr. Big shit, that shit just was a whole different. That shit took Kellz on a whole different. Like, I Believe I Can Fly was that shit, but when he came out with Mr. Big, goddamn Down Low, man, I
was bumping that. Bro. I was bumping that yesterday. I think Down Low was better. I think Down Low was better than Busted and Contagious.
Man, that Down Low, bro. He said, "You want me, but you need me, baby. Tell me, what am I gonna do about this fucking threesome love affair?" Boy, Kellz.
And what made that so cold was because of two reasons. Number one, when people saw that Ronald Isley was featured on a song on R. Kelly's album, it started the rumor like, "Are the Isley Brothers about to come out with a new album?"
Right.
The Isley Brothers not. And about 7 to 8 months later, that Isley Brothers album dropped, which also went platinum.
Man, that was the bomb too.
Yeah.
Man, Kellz, man, he said, Mr. Big comes in and catches. Oh my goodness, he'd be looking at them big old pretty titties in the air.
Yeah, and see, on that remix, R. Kelly was the only one to have that type of style, when it's like he was almost singing and rapping at the same time.
Yeah.
Nobody else had that style.
And they trying to eat, no disrespect to Mo 3. I like Mo 3. But Kellz been doing that shit, man.
Come on, it's like
Kellz been doing that, man.
Malik said something so real. He said, Kellz, like, everybody give him so much credit for his vocal prowess, but he's like, the most underrated part to his game, and which is his best part, is his songwriting. Because people be forgetting he wrote raps for Jay-Z.
Man.
So it's like people we forget his pen game is really his sword. Like his voice, yeah, we know he got an unmatched voice. Like you can't take that from him. Because one thing I love about kellz, because there was at a point everybody see y'all much older than me. See, I mean J-Rock, you older than me, and Minister, y'all older than me. So y'all know when everybody in the 70s and 80s when they were singing, a lot of times they sounded like kind of like females. Like when New Edition, they sound like females.
Especially
But for
Terry
somebody
Campbell.
to see, but when you saw a man came in and he sounded manly singing, but he still could hit a falsetto and he could still hit a high note.
Jesse Powell, rest
he
in
could
peace.
still do he could still sing opera. People was really amazed with that because his like even by Michael Jackson, he sounds feminine. Like a lot of the greatest singers, they sound feminine in a sense, but R. Kelly never sound feminine.
No, R. Kelly never sound feminine. And by the way, Big Boss says, shout out to rest in peace to Jesse Powell. One of the true masculine voices that you ever want to hear even before R. Kelly. And you know, obviously you heard Marvin Gaye. One of the strong, truly masculine voices of his era was Teddy Pendergrass.
Right.
I knew you was gonna say Teddy.
Goddamn Barry White.
Yeah.
And then Barry White. I mean, Teddy was real big because Teddy had a platinum album for 5 straight albums went platinum.
Yeah, Eddie Levert.
Oh yeah, the OJ, yo. You know where Gerald, because Gerald got it straight from his daddy. Good God.
Yeah, Gerald, my guy. Gerald was one of my guys. That's what they called me, the big teddy bear guy.
Man,
Gerald was that guy.
I still.
In the words of J-Rock, Eddie Levert was just on trial. He was just at the trial.
Talking about Chuck Freeman. And J-Rock crazy, man.
I said he looked like a broke ass.
J-Rock had me dying with that.
Man. But I mean, man, I miss Gerald because man, Gerald was a cornerstone of R&B, bro. He was man. It was at the point whenever Gerald had a solo album or Levert came out with an album, I just bought it because it was like that. It's like that car you knew when a Honda Accord first came out, you knew it was dependable. You already knew. You just say, man, I just want to get it because I already know what I'm gonna get out of it, and it never lets me down. And Gerald was one of those artists.
Yeah, because right now though, who really holding it down right now, it got to be who sound good still is goddamn Keith Sweat. Because Genuine, they got pissed off at Genuine out here a couple months ago. He did a concert out this way. They said bitch didn't sing not one word. He up there dancing. This nigga, he been a shock jock. He know that he going viral for these bullshit dances he making up on the stage.
It gets me. It kind of gets me mad when people when you see people be like, oh, who can go against R. Kelly in a versus? My opinion today, the only person you can put up against R. Kelly is Usher. Like as far as his, I'd be like, I hate when people say Keith Sweat.
Usher ain't got enough, man.
Whoa, big boy, you can't say that.
Usher ain't got enough. Not to compare.
That man got a double diamond album from top to bottom. That album was great.
But and he wrote everything on it.
He ain't. We know he ain't write that.
See, we can't put nobody against kellz, man.
But in R&B, you could get away with that. It's not like it's hip hop. Hip hop,
no,
you can't get away
man.
with that.
You can't put him against kellz though. You talking about you got to put kellz in a different realm. We talking about
we know that. All right, so let me ask you a question, Big Boy. So you putting Keith Sweat ahead of Usher?
What? No, because Teddy wrote for Keith Sweat. Neither one of them, man.
Exactly.
Put Usher up there, man. Usher don't have, to me.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you, Big Boy. I'm not saying I'm not with you.
When the last time you heard it's 7 o'clock? Last time you heard that shit?
You
When
can't
the
front
last
no
time
big
you
fire.
heard somebody
That
talking
that that
about
shit
it?
was that shit was fire though. You can't
It
front.
was
It was
fine.
it was fire when it was a fire, but
But
when the
nah,
shit got put out, you
I
didn't even know
agree
what a
with you.
burn mark was.
I agree with you though.
You talking about kellz got
Separate
timeless.
what separate kellz from Usher and Mike Jack and everybody else is we knew he wrote everything himself. That's one thing why I say you gotta give him even an edge over Michael Jackson. Because
Yeah.
Michael Jackson didn't have Quincy Jones, would he have been that great? You would never know. And I don't think he would have if he didn't have Quincy Jones. You talking about
I'm
the
gonna give you a
greatest.
good point before I get up out of here, man. You know you're a bad motherfucker when you ain't gotta hit a dance move with on the stage. The only reason why
Thank you.
motherfuckers didn't even know Usher, Mike. All right, Mike was cold. Mike was cold, but Mike had assists along the way too.
No.
But
That's
kellz ain't on that.
perfectly said, Big Va.
Kellz ain't on no goddamn. Kellz can stand in one goddamn spot for 3 hours and goddamn the crowd gonna go crazy.
Even Keke Palmer said it.
Mm-hmm.
Keke Palmer said it out her own mouth.
These niggas
said-
out here dancing because they ain't got
she
the
said-
talent to do the shit.
Exactly. Keke Palmer said it. She said it's so amazing that this man don't dance, but he still has the crowd really
Now he
locked
step
in.
every now and then. Now he get their step. Now they'll step in the name of love. See,
Right.
that's the Chicago in kellz though. That's they step up that way. When I moved to Minnesota, I'm like, what the fuck these niggas doing here? They said, oh, they stepping. I said, I gotta learn that shit.
Mm-hmm.
When that stepping, see kellz smooth and he'll step every now and then. But you don't see kellz on that motherfucking stage trying to crump and pop lock and
The only dancer you ever seen Kellz Fake did was in Bump and
the
Grind.
leg shake. No, he do the leg shake. He do the leg shaking dance too. When he just shaking his leg, you know, that's the shit he started doing as a recent. But this dude get on the stage and give a motherfucker a towel, say, I want you to wash my face. Now you see Usher trying to do the shit now. He got motherfucking Patti LaBelle washing his face. Come on, man. Kellz said, I want you to wash my tongue. Then he told the woman, he said, I want you to grab it. Goddamn, she almost pulled my shit off. I said, this nigga kellz crazy, man. But when I look at artists like that, like I say, I give it to Mike because Mike did something in a time where Mike broke through barriers. Mike paved the way for kellz.
Yes, he did.
Because they never seen somebody that had vocals like him and could put up an A1 performance. See, when Michael, what gives Michael, people fail to realize what keep Michael and Beyonce and Chris Brown and Usher, like what people love about them is to go see their performance. It's not so much, they have this crazy vocal talent. Aside from Mike, Beyonce vocals ain't crazy.
Shit, they
Chris Brown,
ain't crazy. She ain't got them at all.
exactly. Thank you. Chris Brown, we know he got some vocals. Usher, he's cool. But, kellz, he separates from the rest of them. But what they could do is they could dance, and kellz don't dance.
And
But
that's
it's
why
still
kellz
crazy that kellz could
stand
still
alone.
lock up. But it's crazy kellz could still pack out Madison Square Garden, all these big stadiums, and he ain't dancing.
We done put one to sleep on here.
Yeah, and my thing about R. Kelly is this, and you could take a look at it. You just look at the state of R&B right now. Who out here right now is really holding R&B? Who is really keeping R&B alive? Because you can't even look out there because you hear people saying that R. Kelly wasn't this and you wasn't that. I can hold R&B down. R&B has been on life support since R. Kelly been locked up.
Right.
If it has not all outright died, it's been on life support.
They had a funeral for that shit.
Chris Brown went fully pop. He don't make R&B no more.
Chris Brown charging the motherfucker. He say, if I'm gonna get in trouble, he say, if I get in trouble again, I'm gonna just start dealing with rich motherfuckers. Y'all gotta pay $1,000 for a picture.
Facts.
That's how you cut out the riffraff.
And people be forgetting. Chris Brown said, the only two people I was ever starstruck to see was R. Kelly and Michael fucking Jackson.
Yep.
He said those are the only two people. You could see kellz, how Chris Brown loves kellz so much. He made his own little 12 play. 12-play CD. The fucking Take You Down video. If when you look at Take You Down video, it's the same video as Bump and Grind. He got numerous tracks with kellz. You see how much Chris Brown admire R. Kelly.
Oh, yeah, man.
We got one sleep, man. We gonna have to get up out of here. We got one down. Oh, we got one down, y'all.
Yo.
Dave, I'm about to send Charleston to come get you, man.
Oh yeah, what I spent off, shit, man.
Yeah, long day. David say, shit, look, I got shot on that block 20 years ago. I ain't forgot that.
My fault, y'all. My fault, y'all. Call me out that bed, Joe. God damn, bro. Shit, man.
But hey, we finna get up out of here though, man.
Yeah.
Like I tell y'all, we got new shirts. We got new shirts as well. So if y'all want to support the shirts, man, I got the email link, man. I'll put it on my community wall, man. If y'all want to support, get a shirt or something like that, y'all can. But
you putting it on your community wall?
I'm gonna put the email on my community wall. Yeah, man, I really appreciate everybody though, man. I swear to God, I've been gone, man, but y'all know I'm back, and we coming back, man. And I need to get y'all fellas on the adult conversations, man, because that's when we really talk grown and we talk mature, and you know, we always talk with sense anyway, but you know, the adult conversation where we talk real mature, and the ladies been coming out and they've been getting on the platform and everything, so. Sometimes I need my homies with me.
Yeah, man. I got a call and made y'all go down. Made y'all go. I can't hear y'all now. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go out and come back in right quick.
Goddamn. Yeah, man. So yeah, I'm back. We're gonna keep on going. We're gonna keep pushing this thing. You know, Charleston White, man. I don't know, Charleston White, man. I don't know if you can fix this, or I don't know if you need to fix it. I don't know if you need to address it. But you know,
something need to happen.
Something need to happen, man. You know what I'm saying? Some probably gonna happen. You know, a lot of that shit, you know, that female, whoever she possibly may be, she probably ain't come out back then, but with him receiving this type of fame and publicity, she might come for a bag now. You know what I'm saying? You know how they do. They wait till you get a little something. Then, why didn't you do this then? Well, motherfucker wasn't worth $500 back then. Now you worth $500,000. Shit, at least I can get $100,000. Yeah. So I'm gonna shoot this video one more time before we get up out of here. And like I say, man, I salute Brother David, my brother Dean, my brother J Rock. What up, Lex? What up, Lex? My brother Larry. Larry, what part of Minnesota you at up in there, Larry? It snowed in Minnesota last night.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, it snowed already.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying, J Rock.
It snowed in Minnesota last night. Yep, it snowed up their way last night. I don't miss it. Tina Street, you know what I'm saying? We had some new people come out today, man. I think the live went well. You know, Brother Malik came on and Malik spoke. You know, he spoke good. You know, we had a good live today overall. And these are the type of lives I like. You know, this is the type of vibe I like. You know, we got to build a channel, build it back up to get into the algorithm because, you know, I've been off for a little bit, but you know, we're going to get back in here and do our thing in a positive, meaningful way. You know, other than that, man, look, bro, I missed y'all brothers and glad to see y'all, especially my brother Dean. Now I miss Derek, my brother Sir, goddamn Lex.
Miss y'all more.
You know what I'm saying? We got to do a panel, man. You know, the football season has started. I don't know, we need to do football reviews on Sundays or something to get the fellas back on here to talk some sports or something. And shout out to Deion Sanders. If he ain't swag, then who is? You know, shout out to Shador on getting the Tom Brady endorsement, you know, from the Brady brand. You know, Deion doing big things down there at JSU, you know, and for the swag. Yeah, man. Other than that, man, anybody got anything to say before we get up out of here?
All I'm gonna say
Before we
is
listen to Charleston one more time.
all I'm gonna say is free Uncle Kellz. He the only one that's like Thanos that got the Infinity Stones.
Yeah. Kellz coming up out of that motherfucker. And I'm gonna tell you, the government know, the federal government know Kellz coming up out of that motherfucker. They shaking in their boots.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. I echo everything Dean just said. Free R. Kelly. Like I said it before and I said it again. Even though you guys already said it, I'm gonna reiterate it one more time. Man is the greatest singer-songwriter of the modern era.
Mm-hmm.
And for anybody out there, change my mind. Because I can tell you right now, you probably won't. More than likely.
Nah, songwriting don't even exist no more. They got the shit, they recording the shit on the phone now. They don't even write shit no more. They ain't even write no more.
Nope.
Kellz up in that motherfucker got him a recorder. Goddamn, he singing away. That's the only nigga go to jail and don't nobody get mad about the security guard walking the hall because he's singing all night. They get a whole show every day, man. But then and salute to Kellz, man, because all these people out here trying to make it seem like Kellz can't do no time or he soft. Man, when you are Kelly, bro, certain shit you just ain't got to worry about, man. Them people, if the world don't know what's going on with R. Kelly case, I'm gonna tell you who do know what's going on. In jail, they got some shit called paperwork party. And when them people read Kellz shit, they know what's going on with R. Kelly.
They're gonna read that shit top to bottom, and they're gonna see all the fuck shit that went on in that shit. Cause I'm telling you, them motherfuckers, you got niggas in the feds, they gonna read that whole thing. They gonna read that shit. If that shit 3,000 pages, they gonna read the whole 3,000 pages.
Let me ask a question. If y'all was R. Kelly, right, and y'all got out, what would y'all do? Seeing everything that transpired, the way the fans behaved, they didn't support it and all that stuff. How would y'all think y'all come back to the world?
If I'm R. Kelly and I came out, I'd have cursed Gayle King ass out. I'd have cursed Oprah ass out. I'd have cursed everybody ass out.
Well,
go ahead, J Rock. I'll go after you.
Well, the first thing I would do if I get out, I just have to decompress. I'd have to just go ahead and just take my time mentally, get myself mentally, physically, and spiritually right, and try to get myself together. Because getting out from where I was at, that was one part of the journey. Now the second part of the journey is me trying to resume my life after what I've already gone through. The good thing is I just have to I know who my true enemies are. I know who've been against me, and I can go ahead. I can assess the situation and deal with them accordingly. I'm not going to be able to put out all these little brush fires of what everybody has said about me, but you best believe the major media corporations and the radio stations and whoever else has been defaming my name, my motto is going to be, you've been making money off my name, you going to pay me for my name.
Oh, definitely. I believe he's going to get a check big enough from Lifetime alone. He's going to be able to sit down for a little bit with that Lifetime check. Then he go and get that Vlad TV check. Then he go get that NBC or that what one Gayle King on?
CBS
check. Then he go get that check from Daryl Johnson. You know what I'm saying? He go get that. He gonna have so many. I'm telling you, his blessings are gonna overflow into his life.
He gonna get that Kim Fox check.
And then when he get all them checks, go buy him 100 acres on somewhere and build him a house and put a gated community around it with security 24/7.
Like Tyler Perry.
You got to be 25 years old or better to even come visit me.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and by the way, Big Vibes, funny you should mention that, talking about all the checks and everything. I got another check that I think he can acquire. If he drops that lawsuit on the NAACP.
Against Gerald Green, big Jimmy Neutron head ass.
Mm-hmm. Plus, and I'm gonna make another prediction on top of that. If that happens, the next course of action is gonna come. The Congressional Black Caucus is then gonna want to have a special hearing and want R. Kelly and his lawyer to come to that hearing, because now he done sued the NAACP. Now they're gonna want to know why is he suing the NAACP, and they want to bring him forward. And if I'm him, I'm 50-50. I'm not even sure if I go, because my attitude's gonna be, you had all this time to talk to me.
Mm-hmm. They let that man civil rights get trampled upon, and all because of Gerald Green, they didn't come out when y'all supposed to be in place. Y'all only exist to protect the rights of our citizens that looks like us. And y'all don't show up when y'all see my rights being trampled upon, my Fifth Amendment being violated, my 13th Amendment, my right to due process.
Right, and now all of us, and now you want to talk to me once I file that lawsuit against the NAACP. Now you want to talk?
I mean, like, who is they really though to even talk to? I mean, like, who is they? Who is they?
Well, Gerald Green, they was put in place to protect our rights. They come out when the national
Congressional Black Caucus.
Yeah, but the NAACP being the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, that's the NAACP.
Yeah, they supposed to protect our civil rights.
And
I'm talking about
they come to find out that shit was started by white people.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
That ass. I thought the NAACP was started by us.
Mm-hmm.
See, let's go back to what I was saying earlier about color.
About Kanye West, the statement Kanye made.
Yeah, with the black shit, man. And I'm not saying it in a disrespectful way. I'm saying it like, man, that was really profound to me, that, our identity was stolen and we given the color. It's like the only people that's a color here in America is black and white. Like, you got Italians, you got Haitians, you got Jamaicans, you got everything, but then you got black and white. You know what I'm saying? It's really like abstract like a motherfucker, man, And I know that's just some crazy shit like that. I'm just tripping on that. Yeah, but anyway.
They want to run out there when it's somebody being shot, people being shot in the streets, or this, that, and the third. But man, you know what though? I don't know, man. It's gonna. I don't know what it's really gonna take. At the end of the day, we continue to let them take everything. Like I say, man, we gotta stop starting over and start picking up where the last person left off at. That's the only way we're gonna make any progress. Because they want to see us start over. But you don't become somebody until you start. You don't become somebody until you start touching certain people.
Enough for yourself.
You know what I'm saying? Until certain people start to feel you. You know how somebody stand behind you, depending on how far back they are from you, you ain't gonna feel them. But when they start to get close to you, then you start to feel them. Then you recognize them for being right there. So, we gotta start. That's why we can't keep starting over. We gotta start picking up where, somebody gets stopped at, and continue to. It's like running a marathon, right? You running a relay. Just because you drop the baton don't mean you start over. Pick that fuck up and hand it off. So other than that, man, that's been my night for the night. I appreciate you brothers for coming on. We're gonna let Charleston White take us out of here. Crazy ass Charleston White, but hey, he's Charleston White, so You know, like him, hate him, love him, whatever. He is who he is, and he's here now. But one thing he did say, he said accountability.
Yeah.
Yeah, shit. Well, you got to be held accountable for what you do wrong. All of us do, man. So ain't no feeling sorry for him. Ain't no feeling bad for him. He couldn't read and write. Man, he knew what he was doing. He knew. And the sad thing about it, everybody knew. And the even sadder part about that, it happens all the time, and it's ignored and overlooked. Child sex trafficking happens all the time, man.
You goddamn right. You goddamn right. What's been going on, man? Oh, man, nothing. Sitting here talking to these people, telling about when I raped this one girl one time. Bitch come home with me, let me eat on her pussy. We worked together. She was allowed to me. She let me, she let me eat on her pussy. And then when I get ready to stick it in, she say no. So I took it. You did the right thing. That's what I told him. I did the right thing. Yeah, man, she can't let me eat. You know what? I verbally abuse women. You got, and I'm mentally abusive, and I do some psychological abuse. It all warns what the bitch do. I'm a man that strongly believe that some women need their ass whooped and they pussy took. So I advocate rape too for some people. Some bitches need a good raping. So you get your motherfucking ass out of here, bitch, if you got a problem with what I say. I don't believe women shouldn't be beat. I think it's okay to whoop a hoe. You can't tell no man what to do with his bitch.
Goddamn Charles. And the only reason why I have can believe what he's saying, because his right hand man, Dewberry, was on Boss Talk Radio in Texas. And Dewberry talked about when him and Charleston used to be pimping. And this other guy said some of the same shit similar to what Charleston talking about.
Boy, that I wonder if niggas would have a real honest conversation. Have you ever been in that position before? Not necessarily the pussy eating part, excuse me, the coochie eating part, but have you ever well then you said earlier when they no means no and everything.
No mean no, man. No mean
But
no, goddamn.
have you ever been in that position?
Man, my first girlfriend, she was pure. So yes, I've been in that position where she, but guess what? If man, it's gonna be a painful situation on both parts. You be pissed off, but you know what? I believe that somehow that created the situation where this brother go out and find a female that is doing what he's trying to do. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So, now he go find a female that's on his level, but he still got his old lady. Now she mad because she done caught you cheating, but look, shit. Reason why I did it because man, look, I done got a taste of what this life about. You ain't ready to go there yet, but you want to do the foreplay, but you forgot about 5 through 12. You know what I'm saying? I gotta go find somebody that can do 5 through 12. You know what I'm saying? No disrespect to you, but one thing I do understand is if I take it, the consequences that come with this shit. Mm-hmm. I gotta hope and pray that you don't say nothing, which is a 50-50 type deal, because the woman is more pleasurable when it's something that she's willing to do, wanting to do. If she don't want to do it, that shit just ain't gonna work. And then him on his situation, this a woman that he worked with. So how you feel when you go back to work and if you see this woman at work again?
That's almost like a Mike Tyson situation, though, right? The lady come to his house. Come to his room at 3:00 in the morning, and he gave us some head, and then next thing you know, it's a rape. I mean, it's situations like this that that I guess do occur. You know what I mean? And
Right.
and shit, man. Like not everybody listen to no, and it's wrong, and you can go to court for it or whatever. But I think the main thing a lot of times is just to be honest that these things do happen like that. I think, I mean, hey, man, this is just a comment on
But
that.
you shouldn't entice a situation. You shouldn't entice a situation. If you so happy to do that,
I think it's an internet thing where you can just say anything on the internet. Don't be doing it, man. What's going on? Everybody there? Anybody there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm about to but I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna dip on out though.
Yeah, man. Okay, that's a touchy subject. All right, man. Enjoy the talk, man. Sorry for going to sleep on y'all. Peace, brothers. See y'all next time, man. I really enjoyed it.
It's all good. I'm hollering. All right, Dean, Big Vibe, Dave. Appreciate y'all once again. Definitely got looking forward to linking up with y'all again soon.
That's Big Vibe.
Yo.
Yeah, man. We about to take off.
All right, y'all.
All right.
Until next time. We out of here.
All right, today we're going to talk about how we can find out and how much we can find out and what it takes to get there. So first we have to decide how much do we want to find out. So let's say in this case, I want to find out at a level of 7. Okay, so I find that level on my graph and I come horizontally to my gradient line. Where it intersects with my gradient line, I'm going to come straight down to where it intersects with my fuck around line. That there is going to tell me how much I have to fuck around to find out what I need to find out. See, as you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out. And also, if you stay down here and you never fuck around, you'll never find out. So I hope this lesson is helpful. Thank you.
And last but not least, Bro Dean, I'm going to get up out of here with my brother CT Kelly. I don't know if y'all have met CT Kelly.
Yo, bye. Hello?
Yo. You still there? You can't hear Dean. Man, look. CT Kelly going to take us out of here, y'all.
Someone like me, girl, to satisfy your every need. Cause I don't see nothing wrong. Hey, nothing wrong. Little bit of bumping, well, a little bit of bumping. Nothing wrong. Grind. Oh, I don't see